Hello, welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, celebrating the 15th anniversary with this Phase 2 music tribute playthrough. Hey there, Keone. Welcome. You got first. Welcome on in. How's things? Hey, Bombo. Hello to you as well. How's your day going so far? For this music tribute, the sound effects and dialogue is turned off. Only the music track is being heard. I'll listen to it in various contexts until it loops or stops, including any other layers of instrumentation based on its progression. And if there's music that has been heard in the playthrough before, then, sometimes I'll talk over that to say some stuff, respond to chat, those kinds of things. Any music, though, that we haven't heard yet in the playthrough, I'll listen to without commentary over the top until it either loops or stops. Oh, nice, Bombo. That's great. I'm glad to hear that you're going good. I'm going well too. Having a good Sunday today. It's 20 to 4 in the afternoon, so it'll be Sunday for a few hours yet, still here. We would have had some new Courtesan and Thief missions turn up, and we'll go off and do those. You too, as well, Bombo? Yeah. Time gets away very quick, as well. We also now have Templar agents to deal with, so I want to do those too. Bombo shopping for Christmas? Oh yeah. That'll be very soon. Time just flies so fast. It'll come and then it'll go for another year. Takes time. Oh, absolutely. Takes time, and sometimes it's good throughout the year to get some stuff for Christmas if you're able to take advantage of some sales. Check on assassin recruits, see what their progress is like. Bombo, you're doing a lot of on Amazon. It's good to have sites that you can go to, and that way you can probably knock out all your purchases. Bombo, but with the lady today. Wow, not no more. So hate. I see. Hopefully you'll get all your shopping done for Christmas. Hey there, Dex. Welcome. How's things? How's things been? Bombo, women take too long to do things. I'm sure there's a lot of men who do too. That dawdle in shops and take too long to buy stuff. Hey there, Noble. You thinking you might hop back to this and get the platinum? You mean 2 and the Creed 2 tie-in games? Oh yeah. I mean, they're definitely games in their own right. Brotherhood and Revelations. They're shorter than Assassin's Creed 2, of course, but they're still full-fledged games. Great trilogy. Dex, things are great. Thanks for asking. How about you? That's awesome, dude. That's great. I'm doing well. I'm having a good day today. Bomber, you're in and out when you're shopping? Oh, that's good. Yeah, Bombo, so that's on purpose. No sound effects and dialogue for the whole playthrough, start to finish. Plus, I'm doing pretty much all the content. Dex, you just got back from a 2.5 week vacation. Phew, it was epic, but it feels nice to be home. Oh, that's good that you're able to have that and enjoy yourself. But yeah, there's definitely that feeling when you get back home, and it just feels great. Noble, Rod, can you do that to Red Dead 2, like no music? Oh, that's a good question. Because I don't think in Red Dead Redemption 2 they have the music and the dialogue and the sound effects audio as separate meters. I think a couple of them are actually blended into the one, but I can't remember what that is. I don't know if it's music and sound effects are on the one volume, or if it's music and dialogue that's on the one volume. Although the dialogue might be separate, because I think in the past I've done a redemption when playing that game to re-watch a cutscene, but turn the dialogue off and then do my Arnie impression over the top. So I think the music and the sound effects are tied together, whereas the dialogue is on its own. Bourbon Time and Billy Bombo, well, I hope you enjoy it. Which is funny because usually, like a lot of older games, with the exception of some, they would have like all the audio on the one volume slider. I mean, even in 2013, you had games like Outlast 1, where all the sounds and music and dialogue are all tied to the one volume. Oh, nice, Bombo. It's always good to be able to relax with things. Noble, you're more of a cider man. Oh, that's fair enough, Noble. Yeah, I haven't really tried many of those. Whenever I do drink alcohol, it's normally just beer, and I'm not very picky either. If someone offers a beer, I don't look at it and go, I don't like that beer. Do you have any more? Do you have a different one? I'm just like, cool, thanks. Nice. When I do drink anything heavier, and I haven't for a very long time, it's usually just rum. But not on its own, though. Rum mixed with Coke. But I usually have breaks between drinks too. Like I'll have a beer, and then I might have 2 cans of Coke or something, and then I'll have another beer, you know. So I sort of like pace myself and spread it out. I like wine, but I prefer white wine. I don't really like red wine much. Although, it might just be because I haven't come across a red wine that I actually like. But in general, so far, all the white wines I've tried, I've liked. Oh, but that's cool, lol. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, when I was a teenager and on weekends at friends' places, I'd go overboard, um, drinking to excess. But I got sick of feeling the strong hangovers the next day. Noble rum on the rocks. Yeah, I guess you could call it that. Hey there, Code. Wine does not agree with you. It doesn't, no. What usually happens, Code, is there some sort of, like, do you feel like throwing up or something? I wonder, is the game glitched or something? This feels like a very uplifting kind of piece of music to have when this guy is literally being shot at by a sniper. Let's see if that fixes it. I mean, maybe it isn't. Bombo pink face laughed myself. Code is like trying to drink battery acid. Oh, wonderful. I don't blame you for not wanting to partake in drinking wine then, Code. Noble, maybe there's something in the wine that you're allergic to. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing too. Like, who knows what ingredients in things could trigger a reaction. And even if it's not like a very severe allergic reaction, it might be enough to be related to, you know, an allergy. Let's abort the memory for a moment. And then I'll see if I have a music glitch or something. It just feels weird to have this exploration music playing during a memory where there's chaos. Keone, Ezio Jam. With the bros, no pun intended. Ezio Jam. Try new Ezio's Jam. Made from real strawberries. So the music in present day, we've already covered all that. Insofar as like the opening part and exploring Monte de Gioni and all that. Obviously there's stuff that happens later that will have different music in it. But yeah, just wanted to exit the Animus and then go back in just to see if that music is supposed to just keep playing. Or maybe it... I'm sure there's a phenomena for this where you get so used to playing a game in a certain way with certain elements in place all the time, like sounds and dialogue and music. But it's not until you actually isolate the music that you might have to think to yourself, hang on, this music doesn't seem like it really fits what's going on in the moment. Like with the guy being shot at, that music didn't feel like it was fitting, and that there was different music, but there was a glitch that overrode it. Yeah, Bombo. Ezio's jam. Noble, you have a question about Creed? Oh yeah, sure, Noble, go ahead. That's right, Bombo. Enemies become suspicious, seeing a dead body, and Ezio leaves several sometimes. Noble, do you ever play as Clay in the games, or is it just a one-part thing in Revelation? Because you want to know what assassins he has as ancestors. That's true, Noble, yeah. In Revelations, the Lost Archive DLC, that's the only time you actually play as Clay, because you're basically going through his memories of his past and all that kind of stuff. As far as his ancestors go, he is related to Desmond somewhere along the line. I can't remember how far removed they are as cousins, but I do believe that they are actually cousins, and that's one of the reasons why Desmond has been pretty compatible with Clay's memories, and why the Templars were confident that kidnapping Desmond after Clay died would still give them the opportunity to explore the memories of Altair and Ezio with Desmond instead. So they are related. As for like the specific characters that Clay is descended from, I don't really know which ones exactly, but I think somewhere along the line he's definitely related to Altair and Ezio as well. But I think Clay also has some ancestors that were around when the Isu were, back when they were really, really prominent as well. So I don't know if they're inferring that he has Adam or Eve's DNA, but I think he's directly descended from Adam and Eve. I mean, obviously, in terms of like real theology, the concept is that, you know, everyone is descended from Adam and Eve, but in the AC series, the whole thing about like religion and gods and all that kind of stuff is that they're just human beliefs that were born out of the Isu and the things that were still left behind, because not every single thing was completely destroyed when that catastrophe happened. There were still remnants of their technology, of course. Some was destroyed during that catastrophe, probably also during wars and stuff too. There would have been some things destroyed, and you did have that big rebellion that Adam and Eve led against the Isu as well. But then you have Isu who were sympathetic to the humans and didn't see them as slaves, and they also fell in love with humans, and they bred and had offspring that you know, continued lineages throughout history as well. I think it's in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, when you do the Subject 16 puzzles, that you find out the whole thing about the ancestry of humans is that the skeletons that they found of humans that were seemingly bigger aren't actually Neanderthal skeletons, but they're actually Isu skeletons. But they wanted to hide that from the public. So there's that element as well. But yeah, it's interesting when you think about all the DNA stuff and the bloodlines and lineage and all that kind of stuff. And Assassin's Creed Unity looks at like the DNA strand, like the double helix. And in the AC series, the triple helix is actually the foundation for a lot of life, which makes sense because the Isu created humans, so there's all that stuff as well. Noble, is everyone in Assassin's Creed related to Desmond? Like, does it stop after Black Flag? You mean 3? Yeah, so, I mean, Desmond still has ancestors that the games potentially haven't covered yet. But in terms of like the video games, Edward Kenway and, you know, Connor and Hatham, that's as far as we've played Ancestors of Desmond. But characters like Arno and Jacob and Evie and all of those, they're not related to Desmond. But I mean, there was a time as well where they had strict rules about who could actually go into the Animus. Like, originally it was only people related to the subject that the memories were of. But they added that people who aren't related to the subject can also experience the memories. In Black Flag, there's some present-day stuff about Eileen Bock, and she was wanting to try and allow anyone to actually access someone's memories, instead of being strictly adhering to it's only if you're related to them and all that kind of stuff. And that also meant that creatively they could then do as many characters as they wanted to without having it to be a thing of, oh, the present-day character, whoever they are, has to be related to the person. So getting rid of that restriction meant that it can be anyone experiencing memories of anyone, whether they're related to them or not. No, we wonder if the guy from Watch Dogs has any relation to Desmond Lol, since the two worlds are connected. Well, according to Ubisoft, they retroactively made it that the Watch Dogs series is completely separate to Assassin's Creed, which I fundamentally disagree with, because it's not just Easter eggs that were in Watch Dogs and Assassin's Creed about the other. It was actually like actual connections and stuff and things like that. So, you know, completely saying retroactively that all that doesn't relate, that then means all the stuff in Black Flag that relates to that. It means Olivia Garneau never left for Chicago. It means that none of the references that are actual connections mean anything anymore, which is stupid. So yeah, but that's according to Ubisoft now. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there are people in Watch Dogs universe that are canonically related to characters from Assassin's Creed. But as far as Ubisoft is concerned, those don't matter anymore either, which is ridiculous. But the guy in charge of the company in Creed was in Watch Dogs, and he died. Yeah, Olivier Garneau, he was the CEO of the Abstergo Entertainment, which was Abstergo's entertainment division, and they were responsible for coming up with the projects like Assassin's Creed Liberation, which obviously IRL is one of the games in the series, but it's also framed as an in-universe production as well. But yeah, he left for a shareholders meeting in Chicago, and when he was there, he came into the crosshairs of Aiden Pierce. But to actually do that content, it's not part of the story. You have to do all the convoy missions, and the final convoy mission is actually Olivier. But the funny thing is, if you kill him, the mission fails, so you have to just knock him out. But in Assassin's Creed Origins, you see the picture on Layla's laptop of Aiden actually shooting Olivier, which means Olivier got killed by Aiden Pierce. So whenever I play Watch Dogs and I do that content, I knock out Olivier to satisfy the mission requirement, and then after the mission has succeeded, I then just shoot him to make it match. Noble, so the canon ending is him dead. Exactly, Noble. But yeah, Ubisoft now considers all that not actually canon. I mean, canon and stuff, it's something that even if there's people that don't really care about it, it's still something that for those who do care, it needs to still have some kind of like adherence to it. It becomes just like another element of a game. It's like if you were to ignore the people who do all the design work and all that kind of stuff, if you just let that all lapse and just don't care about it, it'll eventually show in the end product. So even if people don't care about the design process or how things look, the people who are doing that still need to have their work respected and given, every opportunity to make sure that it's the best that they can get it. Because not every player might care about it, but it doesn't matter if not everyone cares about it. It's still something that needs attention. So that's how I feel about canon in any series, really. Like, obviously, there's some where it's very hard to keep canon consistent, because it's not just something that happens over a few years. It could be a franchise that has existed for decades, and they're adding new stuff every few years. That's where it could get tricky to keep track of stuff. Noble, just like Disney, huh? Oh yeah, that was canon, but we don't like it now, so it's not canon, sorry. Yeah, and that's the other thing too, as well. Like, it's understandable that not everyone's going to like something. To try and please everyone is a fool's errand, because eventually you just get to a point where you're not pleasing anyone because you're just trying to please everyone, and it's just impossible. It's like, think about how many people exist in the world. You can't expect to please every single person on the planet with every single thing. There's going to be people that don't like something, and that's okay. There's this unfortunate thing where people want to make it that if someone doesn't like something, it means that they're not allowed to not like it, and that if you do like it, it's your job to convince them otherwise. Whereas I feel like if people are going to change their mind about something, it's best to let them naturally do it, because in that way, it's not a cheap way of having someone who didn't like something turn around and start to like it. You know, it's something that they themselves discovered at some point, maybe. Noble, that's like Ridley Scott being like, oh yeah, Alien, yeah, the first movie never happened. Yeah, Noble, which would be, you know, ridiculous if that was a thing that was decided by anyone, really. But I mean, you see it a lot too, like, for example, the Halloween movies. You had the original Halloween, and for a while they kept on doing sequels to that. There was one sequel, Season of the Witch, Halloween 3, where they tried to make it more like an anthology series of movies, where the plan was every Halloween there'd be a new movie with the name Halloween, but it would be covering a completely different story every time. But that was dropped because it wasn't as successful, and a big reason for that was because Michael Myers wasn't in Halloween 3. The second movie treated him as if he was completely, fully dead. Then, of course, in Halloween 4, they have him come back. Eventually, though, you get the remake by Rob Zombie, and then he did a sequel to it. And then, in 2018, you get another Halloween movie, and the people behind that movie decided that every single movie that was a sequel to the first original movie doesn't actually count anymore, that it's not canon anymore. So the 2018 movie was ignoring all the other sequels and made it that it was the only sequel. And then they did 2 other movies after that, of course. So you get that too with franchises where that decision kind of gets made. No, well, funny thing is, though, with Star Wars, they keep changing a certain thing. Do you know what that is? Well, 2 things. How the Rebel Alliance was formed and who got the Death Star plans. Yeah, that's the other thing, too. When they start to do things that take place at a certain point in a timeline, where certain movies have already covered a piece of that timeline, but then the new stuff wants to insert itself into that timeline. I never saw the Han Solo movie. The only Star Wars movies that I have seen since Disney got the franchise was Force Awakens, Last Jedi, Rogue One, and The Rise of Skywalker. I haven't seen any of the other movies or any of the series and stuff. But out of all those movies that I saw, if we're talking sequels to Return of the Jedi, then I think the best was actually Force Awakens, but only because even though it wasn't as great as some of the other movies that they had done before Disney, there was still enough in it that I thought could be improved in the next movies and set up some things that could lead to some interesting outcomes that weren't predictable and all that kind of stuff. And there was, of course, this obsession with trying to make the main character of Rey related to someone. And with Force Awakens having that be unknown, it meant that there was potential for whoever came along to do the sequels to come up with a very clever approach. And I know one of the things that some fans thought would have been a better idea was to actually have Rey become a Sith. I think that would have led to more interesting kind of like scenarios for her character and the others around her as well. Because it would be one of those things where instead of just going with the same kind of structure where it's like, oh yeah, you got this person who was good once but then they turned but then they became good again, or this person who was bad the whole time but then they turned good, you know, all that kind of stuff. I think that can become a bit stale, because then it becomes like a thing where it's like, what is the point in telling a new story then if you're just going to basically make things happen in a similar way to how they've already happened with other characters, you know, that kind of stuff. But as far as like the best Star Wars movie that Disney has done, for me, it's definitely Rogue One. Because I feel like that was one of those situations where having it be about the Death Star, the original Death Star, and all that kind of stuff. And it was more like characters on a mission movie, you know, and all that kind of stuff, which I liked. I liked that kind of ensemble kind of thing. Hey there, like, I hope things are going well. You hate when that happens. You're a huge buff on following continuity. Yeah, like, it can be annoying. It really can. Because it's one of those things where it helps make things more believable in a way. And having those connections remain, instead of just throwing them away or discarding elements of them and saying, yeah, this doesn't actually count anymore, but this does, but this doesn't. You know, it becomes a bit of a minefield. Hello there, Not Fry. How's things going? Noble, yeah, you thought Force Awakens was okay. You're like, oh, a stormtrooper who became good, that's cool. Yeah, see, things like that, Noble. Yeah, taking characters that are normally just, you know, I mean, obviously, ironically, they're faceless because you just see the helmet, but taking one of those stormtroopers and letting us actually see who is underneath the mask and the helmet was a really good idea too. And then Finn as a character was interesting because he's in a way going against the expected programming that all the stormtroopers would have gone through in training. You know, and he starts to think for himself, and the fact that he chose not to actually open fire on innocent people, it shows that he had some part of him that was already resisting that kind of, you know, oppressive way of, you know, dealing with people and stuff. But yeah, I thought Finn was a very interesting character, but then he just got relegated to like a side character that doesn't really have any agency really. He's just there to be there, you know. So I think it would have been more interesting if there was actually some kind of relationship that developed between him and Rey, because I feel like there were seeds of it, and that maybe that was the original intention, but then they got cold feet about it for some reason, and then decided to back off of that, and then they did the typical thing, the more sort of like, you know, cliche thing of, you know, it's Rey and Kylo Ren. You know, so it's like there was potential to do something that was different and interesting and would have allowed them a bit more creative freedom, but then they swerved back into, we need to put things in a box and we need to make it very sort of like, you know, expected. Not Fry, things are okay. How about yourself? Oh, nice, Not Fry. That's good, dude. As for me, I'm doing well, enjoying more of Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. It was funny because there was a mission I did where this guy was being shot at by a sniper, and the music that was playing was still the exploration music from before interacting with him. And the music only changes to something more intense when the shooter runs off and you have to chase him. So I thought there was some glitch with the game, because sometimes this game does glitch with its music. But it wasn't a glitch though, so it was all fine. Yeah, Nofri was so annoying at first because I thought, oh, surely there's different, more intense music, but nope, that's how it was supposed to be. Those ones can be tricky when the target is running around on rooftops and you want to get the optional objective and it's kill the target with the hidden blade, because if they fall to their death, obviously that means you've failed the optional objective. There's another one like that later as well. One of the targets you have to kill runs across stuff and you have to kill all the targets in that mission with the hidden blade. And I've had that character fall to their death and rob me of the optional objective so many times in the past. Nice, total sync is now 62.87. When it gets to 75%, the final Cristina memory will unlock, and I like to wait until I've unlocked them all before doing them, because it just feels better to do them all together. So we're getting closer. Once we get to that point too, I won't have to worry about doing optional objectives. Durrod, I'm right near a tunnel. Let's go to the thief building now that we've actually unlocked some more thief assignments. It's been a while since we did any because we did the initial ones and then no more popped up until I finished the recent memory sequence, which was sequence 5. Hey Vegas, Arnie versus Dr. Phil. Who you got, Rod? I don't know. Might be a massive, massive difficulty. I don't know how old Dr. Phil is compared to Arnie, but if they were both very elderly, then maybe it'd be an even matchup. But I would definitely have to say that Dr. Phil would wipe Arnie's ass. No, just kidding. I definitely think Arnold would be the victor there. For fuck's sake, why did it change my fucking weapon from the from the sword to the hidden blade for? Don't bring a crossbow to a pistol fight. Hey Bevers, you've never had as much trouble on an ACB mission as this one. You have more ease on the flying bomber or the tank. Yeah, and you don't get much room for error in this particular one either. This particular race. If I want to keep that music, I need to abort instead of restart memory because it's glitched, so the music only plays on your first attempt. And if you want to have the music play again, you need to abort the memory, then go back into it. But hey, at least we get to see the character model for the quest giver change every single time. There we go, got it. Vegas, man, this game looks so good. It really does. It has a great aesthetic as well. The architecture of everything. The tombs, I like them too, as well. something that they do in the missions, especially in these early Assassin's Creed games, is they change slightly some of the way the game works normally when it comes to your movement. Gaps that normally you would be able to have Ezio leap to and his feet would land and you'd be able to keep running, all of a sudden become a situation where he'll not reach it and you'll have to have him grab to the ledge and hold on first and then make him climb up and then run. Certain things like that they slightly change, which can create some very, very annoying situations. Oh, which asshole? This motherfucker is detecting me. Right, whatever. If I fail it again, I'm not going to worry, because there's other memories I can use to bump up the total sync to 75%. I was holding down the button. I don't know why Ezio didn't do the animation for planting. It's the same button you hold down for looting people as you go past them. Oh my god. The other thing about this memory, it can fucking glitch where you throw the enemy on the ground that you're supposed to, but it doesn't count it for some reason. Oh, why? Because there's a little bit of wood on the ground and he's touching more of the wood with his head than he is the pavement. Oh, shock horror. Like, oh my god. Do I have to be so fucking exact and pedantic enough for it to land in the very specific spot, pixel accurate to the texturing on the fucking ground? It can't be enough to be on the ground at all. Oh no. Can't have that count. Oh, no wonder why. Scratch that. I forgot. I had to actually steal from this guy. No wonder why it didn't work. It was waiting for me to go down and steal the... In my haste to get this mission done, I forgot that one of the requirements is to actually loot the body first. No, I didn't. Whatever game. Yeah, he can land there, I guess. I wanted Ezio to just like throw the body in the direction that I had him facing, but I guess it was too difficult for the game to understand, so it decided to have him throw it in a completely different direction to what Ezio was facing, because that makes complete and utter sense. Alright, finally got that one done. I hate in games where enemies that are supposed to stay within a zone are able to go out of it, which means, of course, if you try to go near them, you get desynchronized because you're not allowed to go out of the zone like they can. It's the same thing with Assassin's Creed Odyssey and the naval battles that you do. The naval ships are allowed to go outside of the zone, but the moment you do, to chase after them, to destroy them, you get desynchronized, or you lose the battle. I hate when games do that kind of stuff. I did not want to do this story mission yet. It's one of those ones that auto triggers once you get near it. It's not one of those ones that you can choose to interact with the prompt to make it happen. Shin, reminder, the pointy end of the sword goes into the enemy. But what if you're looking at a mirror? Which end of the pointy sword does it go into? Because who is the enemy in a situation like that? How's it going, Shin? Hey, Afro. How's things? Hey, Love, welcome on in. Oh, nice. Thank you very much. I'm glad that you enjoy the streams. That's awesome. How's things? Some pretty cool emotes there, Shin. Shin, you're suffering from a irritable bowel syndrome flare-up. Oh, damn, dude. I hope that you get some relief. It's the kind of thing you don't need to have happen. Afro, thank you very much for the 25 stream streak. Thank you. Also, there are too many Hunting Society missions. That is true in Assassin's Creed 3. You know, I accidentally sold all the materials and resources that you need for those one time. So I had to redo it all over again. Like, when does it end? It's like a continual thing. That's all the Courtesan missions done. Cool. Just doing a microphone test, just in case there's something going wrong with it. viewpoint synchronized. Be right back. Testing, testing. Shin, I can hear you. Oh, you can? Oh, that's good. Yeah, because I've been wondering if something's wrong with my microphone or my headset. Oh, you can? Oh, that's good. Because I was testing with my headset into my laptop and I had it plugged in, but I could hear the clip that I made with my headset volume turned all the way down. So I thought there might be some weird thing going on. I hate how this viewpoint doesn't have the synchronized icon. It's annoying. The double up music is happening again. Okay, so I think we've got access to another Borgia zone. So what I want to do is test to see if there's any difference in the music in those zones depending on each increment of notoriety that gets added on top of what Ezio already might have. Hello there, Max. Welcome. How's things? Take it easy, I'm just needling ya. Classic quote from Arthur Morgan. So that was the music inside a Borgia Tower zone with 0 notoriety. There might not be any differences as you add notoriety by increments, but I still just want to check, just in case there is. I'm doing good, thank you, Max. Things are good. How about yourself? Max, you're going good, thanks. You enjoyed these music-only streams? Awesome to hear that you're going well, Max. And that's great that you enjoy them. I like to do them. You get to sort of like figure out the ins and outs of what triggers certain music. What things will add more layers to the music you're hearing, depending on what you're doing as the character. Whether you're getting closer or further away from an enemy, or if you're not doing the right thing at the right time. You don't get to enjoy it as much with the sound effects. That's true. Yeah, because like there could be elements to the piece of music that are very quiet compared to the other elements, and so when you have like sound effects included with the music, those smaller pieces of the music could get overridden by the actual sound effects. So taking the sound effects away allows even those smallest of layers of the music to be heard. That way you get like the whole piece, and you can sort of like focus on it a bit more, because obviously when you've got so much other stuff going on, you've got the music, you've got the sound effects, you've got the dialogue, you've got what's the mission, is there a time limit, where's the enemy, are they attacking, what are they doing, how do you have to respond? So it can be easy to not necessarily notice. Like you might recognize that there's music playing, but you might not really notice some of the changes that might be happening as you're doing things. Hello Sage, how's things going? Max, do you miss any sound effect cues? That can be a big thing sometimes. It also brings to light how some stuff is definitely reliant on hearing to give you a bit of an indication that you're on the right path, or you're hearing certain enemies. It can definitely make it a bit more challenging when you're doing stealth stuff, because then you have to completely rely on the visuals and hope that you're able to figure out what the enemy is doing and all that without actually hearing those cues. Like something like Alien Isolation, it would be very hectic without having the sounds, because even though the sounds could be very creepy for people, and maybe turning them off would be good in that sense, it would then rob you of knowing when the alien's actually near, because a lot of the cues for the alien and its presence is by the sounds. So if you have the sound effects turned off, you'd be at a disadvantage there. Sage, you're pretty loaded in for a new save. Yeah, Sage. Yeah, it's funny because like this isn't a playthrough to unlock everything and buy all the landmarks and stuff. So it means that I can have a lot of money that Ezio can just put into replenishing stock when needed and all that. Hey, Spicy Chicken. I hope things are going well. Sage, Ubisoft Bordeaux showing AC has potential and can be great again. Plus they fired Assassin's Creed president who was low-key ruining the series. What a great day. for Assassin's Creed. Yeah, like there was definitely some decisions that were kind of like a bit questionable because a lot of it seemed to stem from wanting to change things fundamentally with the franchise. You can change things with a franchise that need improving, for example. So if there's like a certain programming issue that causes all these, game-breaking bugs, you might need to implement a change to fix it, and that's a good thing. But when you have like a series such as Assassin's Creed, where even for players who don't care about it, it's still an element that is part of it, which is the story and the continuity and keeping things in check and making sure it all makes sense, and you're not adding stuff that contradicts things, because then you have to try and come up with a reason why the contradiction exists, which can then mess up other stuff. In some ways, it's like those picture puzzles that you can put together, and how there's a certain amount of pieces, and each piece is designed to go into the one picture. And once you've actually put all the pieces together, you get the full picture. Well, if someone then comes along with a piece from a different puzzle and tries to put it into that picture, they have to take one piece out of that picture to put the other piece in that's not even related to anything. And by doing that, the picture then has an element that doesn't match. And the more that happens, the less that's left of the actual picture that is supposed to be there, until it becomes a completely different picture than the one that you put together originally. And so when they're doing these things that chip away at the established stuff, it starts to poke holes in things, and then when people come up with a story, they've got to try and plug those holes with something that fits with the rest of the stuff, but still feels natural and doesn't stick out as something that had to be added later. So, changing certain things, wanting to create a new lineage of assassins in terms of like not, family or anything like that, but as in like a different sect or a different branch that is offshooting from the other and making up its own kind of rules. That kind of stuff can basically muddy the water, and so people who don't know the difference between one arm of the assassins and the other one will get confused, and it sort of leads to people being like, why is this character doing this when that doesn't match what the other characters in the same group are doing? Oh, you mean they're in a different group? They're not the same, even though they wear hoods and they have a hidden blade? That kind of thing. I mean, there's already some confusion with characters like Darius and the hidden blade and the statues in Monterlegione and AC2. Why is there a statue of Darius if he existed before the assassins did? Why would the assassins exist before he lived? Or like all that kind of stuff. And there's definitely answers to that, which you can, sort of like put the pieces together of, but you want to make sure that you still keep things intact and keep things in a continuity that makes sense. Sage, what a great day for AC. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Ubisoft Bordeaux do with other projects. I don't know where they're up to with it, but I think there was something else that they were working on too, that they began development in after Mirage came out. So it'd be interesting to see what they're doing. Anasune, Theseus' video game, basically. Yeah, because isn't that thing, Anasune, where the more you change something, the less it resembles what it originally was, and so therefore, is it still the same thing, even if there's still some elements left, Sage, well said. New Mirage parkour update looks like the first step of building upon Unity or Ezio Trilogy parkour. Yeah, see, that's where things sort of like diverge too after Unity, because instead of refining the parkour in a way that still allows flexibility, they decided to streamline it and make it more on the rails, which, if it was an optional choice to make it like that for the player to decide, then that would have been fine, because then players who didn't care so much about the parkour system, or at least learning the advanced stuff, could just basically keep it to the setting of just the standard. I mean, they did that with Mirage recently. There's an option where you can make it so that the game doesn't restrict what height Basim actually jumps off from anymore. And so if you're someone that doesn't like it when the character dies from jumping at a height you didn't want them to, if you don't have that option on, then the character will still be restricted by when they can jump off of something and still land safely. Whereas if you don't want to have that restriction and you want to decide, because it becomes a thing of how much health will be lost by landing from a height that is higher than landing safely without taking damage. And it might feel like taking damage is failing at the activity of jumping and landing in the AC series, but it can also stop momentum. And one of the reasons why there's fans who enjoy the parkour being more advanced is because it allows them to have the character move through the environment really quickly and smoothly, but also to look aesthetically pleasing as well. And with Unity, while Arno was very flighty, he could do long jumps, and he could also he would also do these flary, like these spins and stuff. Like all that kind of stuff, that's very fitting for his character, but it doesn't mean that every single character after him had to have the exact same thing. You could still keep the versatility of the parkour that Arno had, while still changing what style of movement he actually has. Because if you look at the style of movement that Arno has versus the style of movement that Ezio has, it's more fluid in many ways, whereas the Ezio games are more solid in how you control it. So there's a better sort of like feeling of control in the earlier games versus Unity. And Syndicate is like streamlining it and putting it on the rails. But like I said, if there was an option to choose for it to be that in Syndicate, then that would have been fine, because players who didn't care for that advanced could keep it on that setting, and players who liked the more advanced stuff could choose the other setting and then just play through the game how they want. Sage, isn't it kind of insane the amount of positive feedback a small update on Mirage has been getting in just a week, compared to the insane budget of Shadows ever got, lol? Or because what you're saying too, Rod, Mirage is building upon what AC has already established by Shadows, is trying to be new and not build on anything has lots of flaws. Yeah, I think one of the things too with games like Shadows is because it's one of the RPG games, that also has a different feel that they're going for with it. And I think that feel is counterintuitive and goes against things like the parkour and stuff. Like, yeah, you can make all the flashy moves that the character can do, all the flips and all the somersaults and cartwheels and, you know, all that stuff which can look cool and everything, but the scope of it is sort of like much smaller than some of the earlier games and also even the later games that weren't RPG. In that sense, like, the series has always had RPG elements. I mean, you even just have to look at Assassin's Creed 2 when you go to a merchant for a weapon. You've got different weapons, and not all weapons have the same stats. So you already have those kinds of RPG elements. But what you didn't have was an actual open world. And you didn't have things like dialogue choices. And you didn't have it done in a way where it promoted exploring a big, huge game world and exploring every nook and cranny of it. It was more like semi-open world. And Origins, out of all the RPG games that they ended up doing, is still the softest one compared to Odyssey and Valhalla and Shadows, which are the heavier RPG games. But Origins is definitely an RPG game, but I don't think it's as in-depth as what the other RPGs like Witcher 3 and all that kind of stuff actually are, which is what they were trying to do, especially with Odyssey. You know, you look at the Witcher contracts that Geralt does. Well, you have the contracts that are for the mercenaries, you know, that Alexios and Cassandra can do. You of course have dialogue choices and stuff. But Witcher 3 obviously isn't the only RPG that ever had dialogue choices. Even Skyrim had dialogue choices, but Assassin's Creed works better, I feel, when everything is scripted and it's in the hands of the writer to decide. But I like what Mirage did, where if you wanted to learn more about a character, you could choose dialogue when speaking to them. That kind of stuff is fine, because it's all going towards giving the player the ability to learn more about characters that they might like. They might want to know their backstory. They might want to know what led them to become part of the Hidden Ones and all that kind of stuff. So you still want to reward players with that kind of thing. But in terms of like directing the flow of the narrative or multiple endings, I think all that should be in the hands of the writers to have it completely scripted and not have the player be able to make those choices. So if you have a character that can either be an asshole or not, and then being an asshole actually undermines the rest of the piece, then giving the player the ability to be an asshole might make it feel unique to the player's experience, but it doesn't connect with the rest of how the character is portrayed. So you may as well just write the character and their dialogue to be how you want it to be structured, what you want it to be going towards, what you want it to be talking about, all that kind of stuff. Not try. You can't believe they gave us a full-on manual jump button in Mirage, but not Shadows. Arno has some swag in his parkour. That's a good way to put it, with Arno's parkour, for sure. Oh, yeah. But yeah, that's funny, like, because the manual jump, for example, you can do it even on, like, the spot. And so if you're near an awning, you can have the character jump. Well, I mean, that's not a good example because the awning's too high above Ezio's head. But let's say this wall. So you can have Ezio stand against the wall and you can jump up and he'll automatically grab. If you're this far away from it and you want him to grab it, you need to actually jump at it. But if you notice, you can do it from a fair distance as well. The actual jump, I mean. You obviously have to be a certain closeness to the wall for Ezio to grab it. But what it can allow is on objects like this, you can jump at it, onto it, then off of it, and you've gained all that ground. Whereas if you just run at it normally, probably not a good example in this game too sometimes, because in trying to show how it is in a different game, the current game would have to be reprogrammed to actually show that as an example. But there are instances where it takes a bit more time for the character to climb up something and then get off of it, versus running at it, jumping at it, grabbing it, then getting off of it. It's funny how these guards will attack you when you're attacking the thieves. But yeah, the manual jump can come in handy too, like when the really fast enemies chase you. If you jump at the right time while you're running, they actually fall back a split second, so you can constantly keep in front of them and stop them from tackling you. That's another thing where a manual jump can be done well. But yeah, with Mirage, like, it is good that you can just run and jump on the spot again. And I never knew why they took it out, to be honest. Like, if you want the character to open a door, you know that you need to press the button to make it happen. So if you don't want the character to jump, then you don't press the button that makes them jump, you know? So to get rid of the manual jump because people didn't like jumping, well, if you don't press the jump button, then the character won't jump. But it shouldn't be taken away for people who do use it, which is what they eventually did. But it's good that they're bringing it back, at least. It may not be 100% the same way it used to be, but at least it's a step in the right direction. And so now you think you found out where to go in Resident Evil 1 Original, however you still don't know how to deal with zombies. They take about 5 shots each to kill, and each room has 2, 3, maybe more. They also always get back up, so it's 10 to 15 shots per room, minimum, and the game doesn't have enough ammo for that, and you can't manage to figure out how to knife kill without being attacked either. Yeah, Onasune, that's a tricky thing too. Since you're playing the original, you don't have to worry about the Crimson Heads, which in the remake can actually open doors and stuff. I mean, technically, even in the original Resident Evil, that first zombie you come across, if you don't have Jill kill it, or Chris kill it when you find it, and you run back to Barry, it'll open the door and come through, and then, you know, Barry will shoot it. I mean, obviously, if you're playing as Chris, Barry isn't with you. But also, it's one of those games where even if you leave one zombie alive, or even if you kill them all, later on when a new enemy type appears, it'll replace the zombie as well, so the danger is still there. But yeah, Onasune, like, one thing to practice is like trying to dodge the zombies, in the sense of trying to lure it to one spot and then pivoting to a different direction and then running around it as well, because that might help you conserve some ammo. And even like double check some bodies of characters that you might come across too, because you might get some ammo from them. Sage, yeah, exactly on that last part. The scope of it is so much smaller, man. That's true, Sage, yeah. You know, and it's got a lot of stuff in it that you can still sink your teeth into. I know there's criticism on Origins with the desert areas being pointless, in the sense of there's not much out there for the player to explore. But I feel it just helps create an immersion that if you do like to explore, and it's more about just seeing the scenery and exploring, not so much about exploring to find something to collect, you know. So I think it's good that Origins has those desert areas, so that if you are a player who likes to just explore and see the scenery, then you've got all that at your fingertips as well. But yeah, the whole scope of the RPG games after Origins is heavier than what Origins is. It's still an RPG, but I think it's a lighter RPG.
The new Scandinavian priest seems nice, but I think he might be obsessed with Mortal Kombat. He ends every service with a finish him.
Very, very clever. Thank you for redeeming that as a Bane impression, Dr. Darling. Very nice. Sage, it's honestly insane how they brought Basim back alive and didn't do a single thing with that in the next game being Shadows, and like the present day obvious. That's the other thing, Sage. It's like the Juno situation where at a certain point they decided that Juno was to be dealt with in the comic books, not in the games themselves. Starting these sort of like story threads and then they don't go anywhere in the medium that they were introduced in and covered a lot in, so they just finish it off in another form of media. So I wouldn't be surprised if their original plans, because who knows now, because there's so much shake-ups happening with leadership there at the moment, but who knows what their original plans for the long term for Basim actually were in that respect too. Vegas Rod, who you got? Darth Maul versus... So who is this cat? A freaking out cat? I don't know. Darth Maul might have a challenge on his hands, I think. Not right, yeah. I get what you're saying, though. Yeah. Yeah. Sage, awkward. You know what's a good debate? What's the more prime Ezio, Brotherhood or Revelations? Physically, it's got to be Brotherhood, but like influence knowledge-wise or like his aura, emotion, and Revelations might be considered God tier. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that evolution that Ezio goes through, and I think it's one of those things too where it creates an extra layer of immersion between the player and the character they're playing as. And it sort of strengthens things because you get that feeling like you've been with the character through so much. You've experienced so much of their story that when you actually look at it as a whole, you can look back and go, that was a great character arc. That was a great series of stories with that character. I mean, we see characters even like Achilles when he's a lot older and he's also got the cane that he needs. We can still see that he's still dangerous. So even when Ezio's a lot older, he's still, dangerous and not to be underestimated. But obviously there's things that he, starts to struggle with a bit more when he gets a lot older in Revelations than what he did in Assassin's Creed 2. Okay, so we've got a little bit of notoriety. So what I want to do now is go back to a Borgia zone, and I just want to test at this increment of notoriety if there's any difference in the music that plays when you're in the Borgia zone. So now I need to not actually remove wanted posters and stuff for now. Sage, okay, one last thing. You got me yapping with the Juno shit. You're playing Black Flag after Mirage. It's crazy how Roberts is almost the same as Bassam. We just see the good side of Bassam and the only bad side of Roberts. Yeah, yeah, because you have a similar thing where you have someone that has memories of a completely different life. So to put it in simple terms, Bassam has a past life. Roberts has a past life. Eivor does. Several characters in Valhalla have. And then there's several, at least, there's obviously heaps more of sages that basically have a past life. And so as time goes on, various things happen which makes those memories resurface. And so at a certain point, they then become part of their current memories. And with Bassam, we see that he fully embraces Loki, whereas Eivor rejects Odin, at least until they did that stupid final Eivor chapter thing where they brought Odin back as a vision thing that she sees. But anyway, in the main narrative, Eivor rejects Odin. And then you get Roberts, who obviously embraces fully Aita and all that kind of stuff, and having memories of all the other, lives that has been lived by Aita throughout the centuries as different people and stuff. Understand? I mean, you can run knife, etc., but turning around to run back can be painfully slow in those circumstances. Definitely slow enough to get caught if in a corridor. Absolutely Understand, for sure. And in the original Resident Evil 1, you don't have the quick turn, which definitely does makes a lot of difference when they actually eventually added it. Because it's not in Resident Evil 1 original, then you have to be at the mercy of turning the character left or right quick enough so that when you move forward, they're going in that direction quick enough to dodge the zombie that has already started to lunge at the character. And definitely doesn't help when there's like tight hallways as well. Sage, you feel they had such a cool story with that Aita Roberts bringing back Juno, then bam, it's gone. Plus Aita has almost no screen time in most games. Exactly, Sage. It all gets finished off in a comic book, where Juno gets killed after she gets another physical body again. And she gets killed by Desmond's son, who was a character that Desmond never knew he actually had a son. And then the son that he had, that he didn't know, not only kills Juno, but also was a sage with Aita as well. So I think that's quite ironic. I don't mind that element of that story, where Juno gets killed, but it would have been great to actually do that in a game. Like, you love how Ezio sings and recalls events he's done at Brotherhood during an assassination mission in Revelations. Exactly, yeah, I love that. It's just so funny. Whenever I play that game, I like to make sure that I have him sing at least, the majority of those things. Sage, you actually figured out that singing Easter egg because of me. Oh, you did, Sage? Oh, cool. Yeah, I've had that happen too, where I've seen someone do something and I'm like, oh, I didn't realize that was the thing. Like, there's some things in Assassin's Creed 3 and Black Flag. In Assassin's Creed 3, in that mission where you have to run across the battlefield, I saw a video, I can't remember now who did the video, but it definitely wasn't me that discovered it. But I wish I could say who it was. I can't remember who it was. But anyway, if you stick to the far left of the whole screen and run straight across, you'll make it across without any of the gunshots ever hitting you at all. And it's like, whoa. I think the video was, it took me 10 years to realize this, or something like that. And then there was one with Black Flag when you're chasing the guy to get the medicines. If you actually do the air assassination on him before he gets to the ultimate stop, there's this different assassination that Edward does, where he basically breaks through this roof thing and then assassinates the guy. Abel decided to carve out his own path and not be bound by the past. And that's the great thing about that, is that Odin had his time, and Eivor was their own person, even though they did have memories of Odin, of course. But Eivor was their own person, and Eivor's journey is about breaking away from that when it comes to all the stuff related to Isu and things. So to have in that other content they did later for Odin to reappear to Eivor completely just undermines everything about that other part of things. Okay, so this wasn't the area that I went to before. I wanted to actually go to this other one. It's beyond the next main story mission, which would be this tower here. Let the past die. Kill it if you have to. It's the only way to become what you were meant to be. Thank you, Vegas, for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. You know, that quote sounds really familiar, but I can't place where it's from. What's that from? Is that from, like, a movie or something? Oh, that's right, I better not go in that area because it auto-triggers the next main story mission, which I'm not ready to do yet. I just remembered. It already happened before, and I aborted the memory. Or rather, I declined to enter into the memory after the intro cutscene of it. Sage also made me realize how cool the ending of Valhalla is, with how Alfred is wrong about thinking it's a monotheistic world, while the Order of Ancients were right about it being polytheistic world. But you mean, what a cool story way to end the Order of the Ancients. That is true, Sage, yeah. Yeah, because, Fulke, however you pronounce it, is, you know, of course imprisoned as a heretic, but is able to manipulate Alfred into thinking that she is a pure Christian, but she actually isn't, of course. She's just using Alfred's, you know, I guess naivete about her and all that, for her own gain. But yeah, the Order of the Ancients believing in beings that created humanity, and that actually being the case, but sorry, I'm back. I was making sure that the cord of my headset was actually straightened out, and I accidentally pulled out the cable on the controller. Yeah, so you have the Order of the Ancients who believe that humanity wasn't created by one god, that it was actually created by a different being or group of beings, which is actually the truth in the Assassin's Creed series. And then, of course, Alfred doesn't believe in that, so it's a heretical thing, so he wants to get rid of the Order of the Ancients, and he sets up what, you know, makes the way open for the Templars. And initially the Templars are like Alfred in that they just believe that God made humans and that there was no other beings that created humanity. But of course, they eventually find the truth, but publicly they have to still stick with, you know, the belief that they used to actually have, but they don't anymore. And so that was the clever thing, as you say, Sage, you know, for them to do that. Oh, Vegas, it's Kylo Ren. Oh, I gotcha. So that's where that quote was from. I actually liked the design of Kylo and the actor that played him, but unfortunately his character was put on the big screen, backed by horrid writing. He could have been so much more and deserved better as a character because he was actually really, really cool. That's the thing too about introducing a new character is sometimes the promise and potential in the initial, you know, movie, or if it's an episode of a series, has so many sort of like possibilities that, you know, if you like the character, you think, oh, where can they go? But then ultimately they make decisions that make you think, why'd you go this way with the character? Sage, on top of that, when you look at the hierarchy of Templars, there's technically two founders, Alfred and Cain, from the Bible. so cool to me that Kane is listed as like the CEO of Templars. Wish we got to see some content on that. Yeah, like I feel there was a bit of retro, actively changing stuff too, because the Subject 16 puzzle in Assassin's Creed 2, where it talks about Cain and Abel, and it talks about how Cain is supposed to be the one that began the Templars back in biblical times, which, as the series went on, they changed that so that it wasn't the case as well. But the whole Cain and Abel thing, though, him killing his own brother as well. There's also a reference in Black Flag to that too. If you do the Templar hunt missions with the Travers brothers, there's that woman that is actually a Templar, and she just wants the information that leads to the, I can't remember what the thing is. It's the key, I think, that Edward's after or something. But yeah, she mentions about how, did Cain get someone else to kill his brother? No, he did it himself, because the assassin that she's pretending to be in love with, she wanted him to kill his own brother, but he decides to get Edward instead to kill his brother. But it doesn't quite work out like that. Okay, so the plan here is to get Ezio to hide in a haystack, just to listen to see if the music, when he's inside the Borgia Tower zone, will actually be different depending on what level of notoriety you have. Alright, so now to test the next level of notoriety. Vegas, look at look at what they did to Captain Phasma. That character had the potential to be so badass, but they absolutely did nothing with the character yet again. You have this really cool character that unfortunately was backed by terrible writing. That's true too. Building up these characters to potentially have some kind of like major impact on a story later in the trilogy, if it's a trilogy, but then just not doing anything with them. It's just it's just a waste. It's like, what the hell? I mean, in some ways it also is a waste of time for the actor portraying the character if that's just how things are going to be for the character. Sage, and you would be smart enough to remember that cool of an Easter egg from Black Flag. Cheers, Rod. You have to ask, you find the Vatican so cool and very high probability that it was more than what we know. Is there Vatican AC lore from this game that you missed? Yeah, it's funny because sometimes a line of dialogue in one of the games will make me think of a bit of lore from a different game in the series that relates to it or is part of the explanation for it, you know, things like that. It's kind of like having like puzzle pieces that you collect and then you go, oh yeah, this piece fits here. That's right, I remember seeing this piece had a similar part of the image. That goes there, you know, that kind of thing. But yeah, with the Vatican and all that kind of stuff, like the vault where you have the message from Minerva and all that kind of stuff. That whole thing with covering up temples and, you know, things like that. I don't know, like the building in the Vatican in AC lore about, was it in ruin, the temple, and then they just built the Vatican over it? Or was it just normal, but concealed? You know, did the Isu just conceal the ground above where the vault was? And then later humans created the buildings and built it above the ground, you know? So I don't know about that aspect about it, but it'd be interesting to see if there's anything related to that, because with all the comics that they've done, I don't know if there's something in those that might tie to it. Yeah, Sage, the classic Rodhead Bob. Yeah, it's a shame that you can't do it in Revelations, though. Hey there, Shaky. You know, I was wondering what that was, and it must have been the wind. I think you're right, Shaky. How's things? Need to go and increase Ezio's notoriety a little bit, and then go back to that Borgia zone and just test to see if there's any difference in the music. There may not ultimately be changes per increase, but I just want to test it just in case, because you never know sometimes. Oops. Out of habit, I just had Ezio pull that wanted poster down. Ah, well, not to worry. We'll get into a skirmish. I don't know if this increases notoriety because they're French soldiers. Maybe it won't increase it because they're allied to the Borgia at the moment. Sage, how many subs for a Rod Plays AC Mirage on new hardest difficulty? Oh yes, Sage, I don't actually do that kind of thing on the channel. Nothing against channels that do it, but yeah, I don't run that kind of stuff on my channel. Okay, so now we need to go back into the Borgia zone with this level of notoriety and just listen to see if there's any differences in the music based on that. It was so funny. Where I placed Ezio, because his body shifts in his idle animation, the feet were planted just in a spot where it made him go up and down automatically. Hey, Nicolicious, welcome. Brotherhood throwback. Absolutely. Can't believe this is a game that came out 15 years ago. Time flies so quick. Oh, and by the way, if you're wondering why there's only music, that's on purpose. I've turned the sound effects and dialogue off. Just in case you thought there was like a glitch with the game or there was something wrong with your audio. Vegas, if you could have one superpower, only one, what would you choose? I mean, one of the cliche ones would be being able to fly, but I reckon being able to slow down or speed up time would be cool, but the restriction I would add that it can't just be fast forward time to get over something you didn't want to do, but just if there was something you were enjoying, then the time would feel like it was actually longer than it was. Whereas if you were doing something that you hated, you could just make time feel as if it was going very quickly. Maybe that would be my superpower, with a restriction on it as well. Nicolicious? Oh, you read the title. Oh, good. Yeah. Yeah. Because it's interesting, like, because I used to call it music focus, and then I thought I'll change it to calling it a music tribute. But I mean, it's the same thing, really. It's focusing on the music versus doing a music tribute at the same time. You're playing through Rogue right now. Did you see the remastering Black Flag? Oh, that's good. Is it your first playthrough of Rogue? What part of the game are you up to? And I didn't actually see too much on it. Like, I remember a week or so ago they talked about what changes they are making, like no present day and all that kind of stuff. But that was pretty much the last thing I remember hearing about. Vegas, mind control all day long for you? Oh yeah, mind control, yeah. Oh yeah, Nicholas, just for sure. Absolutely. There probably won't be a difference with Ezio having this level of notoriety with this music in the Borgia Tower zone, but I'm still going to test it anyway. Just in case, you never know. Alright, so that's that increment. I didn't detect any differences. I didn't detect any extra instrumentation added on top of what was already there, for example. But we'll just keep on going. We'll increase Ezio's notoriety again. Nicolicious, well, you read there's only like 10 to 15 hours of straight main story in Rogue, so exploring and rebuilding as Shay at the moment. That's a good way to go about it. Because with that game, yeah, the amount of story versus the amount of content to collect, there's definitely a lot more content to extra content to do and things to collect. You choose teleportation any day, never pay for a plane ticket or car insurance. Now that would be great. Yeah, teleportation, being able to just go from one point to another and not have all that hassle, don't have to wait in a queue to board a plane or anything like that. If you quickly need to go somewhere very far away to buy something, then you can just basically instantly appear there and then boom, get it, take it back instantly to where you live. Okay, so they do actually give you rewards in this game with the guild challenges. It's just that they don't actually let you see what the rewards are if you look at what's available. Vegas, let's see if it works, Rod. Stop your stream and go to the store and buy 8 cans of sardines and put them in a bowl of ice cream and eat it at all. Okay, let's see if Rod ends stream. Well, I don't know about that combination of stuff. Actually, I don't remember the last time I had any sardines. Canned tuna I like. I've had that a lot more over the time. Vegas mind control isn't working. Alright, so we've tested that. Time to increase Ezio's notoriety a bit more and then try that again. That's a sweet spot to have Ezio stand where the enemies don't even become suspicious of him. Nicolicious, you don't mind the exploring and the rebuilding in Rogue, but you think it's a bit repetitive. With every game, the map gets bigger and bigger. Yeah, that's the other side of things that can happen. Things can become repetitive in a way where it's just like, let's get this over and done with already, you know? And then you look at how much you have left and you think to yourself, surely I've made a dent, and then you check and it's not even 50% through and you're like, oh my god. It's your first time playing it. You're on a mission to play through the entire AC series. The first 3 with Ezio are your favorite, you think. Endgame Black Flag was fun too, though. You really didn't like being on the ship at first. Yeah, that's the difficult thing about Black Flag, is that because the naval is so, you know, part of the story and the gameplay and everything, it's not something that you can just, you know, ignore the whole way through. And so it's understandable if that's sort of where certain players just give up on the game, which if someone did that, I wouldn't blame them, you know. But it is good when something might at first seem like it's, you know, you don't like it, but you might get to a point where the more you play it and the more experience of those kinds of missions and stuff, it might actually lessen how annoying it might have been. I was actually just thinking, if anyone's interested in other games I've done music-only playthroughs for, I had a look at my YouTube channel through my search function to see what came up. I do have some playlists, but not every single game I've done music-only for is in like a music-only playlist. But there's some examples of other games that I've done this kind of playthrough with before. Alright, so I bumped up his notoriety a bit further than just one tiny increment from what it was originally. This is a great piece of chase music. I haven't listened to it without talking over it yet, because there's a very specific mission where this music will play, and it was the first time that this chase music it was the first time back when I played this the first time where I actually noticed that music. And so for this playthrough I want to wait until we get to that memory, and then I'll listen to that music without talking over it. Dr. Darling, it's Sunday, but you have to work for a few hours, still listening. Oh, that's fair enough, Dr. Darling, for sure. Hopefully, it won't be too busy or anything. Alright, so now we've increased the notoriety. Then what I'll do is increase it so that there's only about like a quarter left to fill it up to full. Nicolicious, what are you trying to do? At the moment, just testing to see if there's any music changes in that Borgia Tower zone based on how much notoriety Ezio actually has. Just in case there is. But I'm pretty sure there hasn't been. But I just want to cover it just in case there is. But I'm going to increase his notoriety now so that there's only a quarter left of the overall bar to fill, because then I can test it again, and then I can get it full then and test it like that. Vegas being creepy, sitting in the corner waiting to bug someone. Ezio's like, I need to not look suspicious. Even though he's got like 135,348 florins. I love my streams, like a gaming legend. Well, I mean, I wouldn't go that far myself. But I'm glad that you enjoy the streams though, Vegas. Alright, so we almost have about a quarter left of the notoriety meter. There we go. Alright, that bumps it up to what I wanted it to be. Vegas, I don't know, man. You have a lot of knowledge and insight to the finest detail about so many games. It really is cool to listen to you break down some of the Easter eggs and details in some of these games that you personally would never have known about unless you talked about. Thanks, Vegas. It's one of those things, like, you can play a game a few times, but there can still be things that you don't notice until sometimes you decide to do a different approach. And that's why I like doing different kinds of playthroughs too, because it helps keep it fresh for me, especially if it's a game that I've already played within, a few months' time of each other and stuff. But I can also notice things I never did before, because getting into a routine and doing things in a way that you're comfortable with all the time makes you sort of like get tunnel vision on that stuff. But other players might have always known that stuff because that was how they first played the game and what they noticed straight away, and that became their kind of routine in how to do stuff. Yeah, Vegas, so it's one of those things, and playing the same game differently, depending on the game too. Like, there's some games where I do need a little bit of a break between playthroughs, even if I am doing something different for the next playthrough. It all just depends on, do I really feel like still playing that same game at all, even if there are differences in how I'm approaching it. Sometimes I like to mix and match and sort of think, okay, I'll do this game and I'll do it this way, and then I'll play another game and do it different to how I did it last time. And then that way, it kind of cycles through different ways of doing the same game, which can help make it feel fresh too, because there's a constant ebb and flow for everyone's stream who's a streamer, where people drop in and they drop out, and any number of people can drop in at a time where you're doing something in the game that they haven't seen yet, because you're doing it differently to some of the other people they've already seen play it. And so being able to do different kinds of playthroughs means that sometimes when someone comes across the channel, they might go, someone's doing this with this game, haven't seen that being done before. Might have a look and see what's what about it. And there's been streams that I've seen people play games and I'm like, man, I could play that game again. I haven't played it for a while. I want to replay it. Like, watching Crocodiles play Assassin's Creed 3 recently has made me want to play it again. But that's also the same for Origins. And Mita was playing that, and so I wanted to play that again. But it is sometimes good for me to just sit on a game that I want to replay, because there's other ones too that I want to get to as well. Like Hellblade, for example, is a game that I've wanted to do a stream of for a while. I didn't do one last year because the sequel was coming out, and I just wanted to play the first game and the second game back to back without streaming it, so that I could get the full immersive experience. And for Hellblade, last year when I played it off stream, that was the first time I played it without streaming it. So it was good to really, really take in that game without streaming it. But I wanted to stream it this year, so I've got that currently, and because I used Game Pass to play the sequel to avoid spoilers and played through it as quick as I could. I didn't rush through it, but I just played it before I could potentially get spoiled about stuff. So it's good to play through it, but this year I'll actually be streaming it. Okay, so there wasn't any difference in the music. So now I'll get full notoriety and then go back to that zone. Then that'll be the final time that I go into the Borgia zone to see if there's differences in the, what I'll call idle music, when you're not actually detected and you're not fighting an enemy, but you are just in the zone. Alright, so we've got full notoriety now. So I'll go back to the Borgia zone and just see if the music is different if you have full notoriety while in that zone. Alright, so there was no difference. So the music in the Borgia Tower zone, when you're undetected, is the same no matter what level of notoriety you do or don't have. I just remembered, you can't go into the DNA memory and have a look at the guild challenges and see what benefits you get from each one. But when you actually go to whichever faction, you're doing the guild challenges for, when you actually go to their main headquarters, you can see what the rewards are. Oh no, you can. Yeah, so here you can see what you need to do, but you can't see what rewards you get. Whereas if you go to the actual spot, you'll see the rewards. Hey, Inmita. Assassino! Assassino! How's it going? Welcome on in, Inmita. I'm doing well, thank you, dude. We just covered the Borgia Tower zone music to see if there's any changes based on Ezio's notoriety, whether you had none or you had the fullest, and it was the same each time, but that's okay. I still wanted to double check. It's going well, you just woke up? Oh, very good. Cheers, dude. Have a look at total sync. 69.8%. To unlock the final Cristina memory, I need to get to 75% total sync. Once we reach that point, I won't worry anymore about doing the optional objectives that go towards building the total synchronization up. I want to wait till the final Cristina memory is available before doing any of them, because I do prefer to do them really close together, one after the other. So once that final Cristina memory unlocks, I'll find a time to do all of those memories back to back. There is something that I still need to test in Borgia Tower zones related to combat music, but I've already spent enough time in this stream covering something related to those zones, so I'm going to leave these ones as they are. So I think in the next stream after this one, which won't be until Saturday when this stream's finished, that's when I'll cover the combat music differences potentially, based on your notoriety level and all that kind of stuff. But what I want to do now is jump back into the main story, and we finished sequence 5 in yesterday's stream. We assassinated Juan Borgia, and Claudia and Ezio have put aside their differences. There was a bit of antagonism between the two of them, a little bit of resentment, and all that kind of stuff about the past, like Claudia dedicating 20 years of her life of, basically being alone, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, they buried the hatchet, and so we're now up to sequence 6, where we have to deal with the Baron de Valois. In Mita, thank you very much, dude, for the 45 stream streak. Thank you very, very much. Zereth, you're heading out in about 30-ish minutes. I don't know, Zereth. It might be less than 30 minutes now. You sent the message at 1943. It's almost 1944. That's definitely fair enough, Zereth. That's no trouble at all. You got your MS treatment today. That's fair, Zereth. I hope that it all goes well today when you go. Like, if Ubisoft ever gives us an AC movie, you want Carter Jenkins to play Ezio. Maybe Michelle Morone can play a much older Ezio as well. But you don't know if they can exude the charisma. Yeah, that's the tricky thing. Especially when you have a character that has a lot of personality traits that Roger Craig Smith put into the character that are the character, So it can be very tricky finding someone else to play that role. Whereas obviously with a brand new character, there's a lot more ease for the person playing the role. Zereth, why do some Assassin's Creed games flop? Because Ubisoft. Like, you love the work of Roger Craig Smith, one of the most iconic voice actors we have out there. Yeah, I still think, too, he was the best Chris Redfield in the Resident Evil series. Not that there's been any Chris Redfield actors I've thought were terrible or anything, but for me, um, his portrayal as Chris Redfield is the one that I like the most in that franchise. Zereth, Roger, Roger. That reminds me, Zereth, when I'm playing Resident Evil 5 and I have Chris say to Sheva, come on, over here. And Sheva's like, Roger, Roger. And I'm like, it's not Roger, it's Chris. Roger is the actor who plays Chris. Like, oh yes, how can I forget he was our boulder punching Chris from Resident Evil 5? That's true. That whole boulder punching thing. It's funny in Resident Evil 8 Village where Heisenberg refers to Chris as that boulder punching asshole. Alright, so I had a bit of music there to cover. That music that was playing when all the guards were attacking, it got interrupted when I did the guild challenge of running uninterrupted for a certain amount of meters. So because that interrupted the music that was playing, I had to wait till that finished, and then I wanted to make sure that I actually got that music in full, so I had to run around in circles that whole time. And then we had that music when we're actually following Bartolomeo, and to get the music to play without desynchronizing, had to keep up with him. But then there was a point where I wanted to stop before getting to the activation for the cutscene because I wanted the music to play in full, and so we did that. And yeah, that's that part done. I'll catch up on chat now. Yeah, like when Heisenberg says that in Village about Chris being a boulder punching asshole. That was so funny. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just Stewardess speaking. We regret any inconvenience to the sudden cabin movement might have caused. This is due to periodic air pockets we encountered. There's no reason to become alarmed, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your flight. By the way, is there anyone on board who knows how to fly a plane? Is that from one of the airplane movies, Zareth? Thanks for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. Hey, Sailor, welcome. Considering all the stuff she went through and didn't have much emotional support, if any at all, Claudia is a pretty strong person. Absolutely, Sailor, she really is. I also wish we got a game where we got to play as her, because we would be able to, see those moments in between the events of Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood. And also, the bulk of the game could have been once she becomes an assassin in Brotherhood. We then see the things that she does. I know she is in that Nexus VR game, but I still think it would have been good to have a full game where we played as her. Hey, Narbro. I want the apple. And Lucrezia's like, you never loved me? How's it going, Narbro? Zereth? Papple? Chases. Papple? Zereth? Well, yep, the first one. Oh, cool. Yeah, I haven't actually seen that movie in full. Or the sequel. Here in Australia, it was called Flying High, was the name of them. Sailor, yeah, the stewardess said it in the first day of playing movie. Oh, cool, Sailor. Yeah, so you've seen that too. Yeah, it's so funny, that kind of humor.
Ah, look, your worshipfulness. Let's get one thing straight. I take orders from just one person. Me. It's a wonder you're still alive. Will someone get this big walking carpet out of my way? No reward is worth this.
Thank you, Dr. Darling, sorry. Thank you for redeeming that from Empire Strikes Back. I mean, A New Hope, sorry. A New Hope, not Empire Strikes Back. One movie ahead. So, heck, if they didn't want a full game, they could have done a DLC one at least. That's true too, yeah. I feel like there's a lot of missed opportunities with so many characters that either were just part of the story and we never played as them at all, but also characters that we might have just played in a DLC to also play as them in a full proper game as well. Dr. Darling, Zareth showed up, so you had to rush. You had to get that in. Yeah, that's fair enough. The Battle of the Redeems. Zareth, Elaine Dickinson, you got a telegram from headquarters this morning. Ted Stryker. Headquarters? What is it? Elaine Dickinson. Well, it's a big building where generals meet, but that's not important right now. Sailor, well, that fits. If we didn't know better, we would think the writers were high. Yeah, Sailor, that was the thing. That's what I was thinking about, like when they change movie names depending on region and what element they're looking at that makes them change it as well. And I definitely wouldn't be surprised if that's the reasoning. But that does leave it open for the writers to do things with the characters. That is true, yeah, And I'm surprised they never eventually did a third one. But I mean, they could make fun of, Top Gun and all that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, Zero, that's totally understandable. I definitely will have fun. I hope that it all goes well for you today, and catch you again in chat soon. Dr. Darling, Zareth will be back in 1 hour when the redemptions are again available. It's like setting the time, redeeming something, and then being like, right, it's an hour for the cooldown, time to set the alarm. I've already heard and listened to this music in this playthrough without talking over it. It's funny, the music has doubled up. For those who don't know, there's a glitch in this game where the music will sometimes double up on itself. Ezio, you killed Zoltan Chevet. I don't think Geralt's going to be very happy. What? How could you? And me to, how dare you, sir? Zoltan didn't do anything. Ezio's like, that's what he gets for beating me at Gwent that one time. Okay, to reset the music so it doesn't double up on itself, I'm just going to exit the Animus and then go back in. Afro, time for a funny. Thank you for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. And Mitzi, you saw that they added a free mission to Hitman about Eminem killing Slim Shady. Yeah, that was so funny and very out there. Like, would not have thought that would be a thing, especially in a game like Hitman as well. That'd be like having Eminem be like an assassin in the Assassin's Creed games or something. Be like, what the hell? Yeah, and me just like, what's he doing in Assassin's Creed? I see that he was in Happy Gilmore 2 as the son of the guy from the first movie who kept on calling Happy Gilmore a jackass because the actor who played that character unfortunately died. Alright, so I've got one afro.
Food. I've not eaten for days.
And who says you will?
Give me food, so I have strength when the wolves come.
Let me die not in hunger, but in combat. Who are you? I am Subutai, thief and archer. I am Hyrcanian, the great order of Kurled. So, what are you doing here?
Dinner for wolves.
What gods do you pray to? I pray to the four winds. And you?
To Crom.
But I seldom pray to him. He doesn't listen. What good is he then? It's just as I've always said. He is strong. If I die, I have to go before him, and he will ask me, what is the riddle of steel? If I don't know it, he will cast me out of Valhalla and laugh at me. That's Crom, strong on his mountain. My god is greater. Ha! Crom laughs at your four winds, laughs from his mountain. My god is stronger. He is the everlasting sky. Your god lives underneath him. Civilization, ancient and wicked. Have you ever seen this before? No. Let's waste no time. It's good. You have no idea how long it's been, dear. Does it always smell like this? How does the wind ever get in here? That's from the original Conan the Barbarian. Thank you for redeeming that, Afro. In Rita, yeah, his performance in Happy Gilmore 2 was brilliant. Oh, it was, yeah. Yeah, because I still haven't seen that movie. I was actually really surprised when they officially announced there was going to be a sequel. Because that was one of his 1996 movies. So it's definitely been a while since the first one. Hey Shadow Ronin, do you think you found Fuji Bayashi Naoe's Master Assassin outfit? Oh, you did? Did it take a while to find it? Yeah, Afro. It's a great moment when Conan meets Subutai for the first time. And Subutai is chained, left for the wolves. I love how Conan's like, when he's like, food, I haven't eaten for days. Conan sort of like, has a bit of a smile and is like, and who says you will? Just the way, just the way Arnie says some of the lines in that. Like when he first meets the wizard Mako, where Conan is like, can you summon demons, wizard? Just the way he says that. And Mitty also saw an interview of Adam Sandler saying that he didn't want to bother him, but then when he called him, Eminem was like, sure, just send me the script and I'll do it. Yeah. That'd be kind of cool, though. Like, if there's someone that you would like to be in a role, but you don't know if they will, but then you offer it to them and then they're like, hell yeah. Shadow, best thing is also in black. Oh, that's good. That's really good, Shadow. So, is it like one of those situations where the design is the same as the other ones, just the color scheme is different? Or are there different designs for each one? Shadow Ronin is basically mixing the Japanese Onimusha robes with assassin parts. Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember seeing some of the outfits in that game look pretty good. Emmett, you watched the first movie as well after watching the second one. They're both great in your opinion. Oh, cool, Emmett. That would have been interesting, watching the sequel all these years later and then going back to watch the first. That would have been, surreal in a way because you already know things that are going to happen to the character ahead of time in the sequel, but you don't necessarily know everything that's going to happen in the first one. Shadow, it is a shinobi outfit, but it mixes it with other representations of feudal Japan as well. Oh yes, a bit of a mixture. That's pretty cool. Actually, speaking of shinobi, that new shinobi game looks really cool. Vegas, what do you think about your Michael Myers and Ghostface you have sitting on your couch in your office? Imagine Vegas having like falling asleep and then half waking up and still in a dream, thinking you're literally literally seeing Michael Myers and Ghostface sitting there, like for real. But that was a really cool idea. That's the one, Shadow. Yeah, Art of Vengeance. Man, you want to play it so bad. Yeah, the Shinobi games. I remember playing. The one that I played first was. Is it Shinobi 3 Return of the Ninja Master or something on Sega Genesis? Because I never played Shadow Dancer first. I ended up playing that later as well. But the last Shinobi game I played was that PS2 era one. Vegas is so funny. If the cable guy ever comes over to have to fix anything, you don't tell them that they're sitting there and they freak out. That'd be cool, like if you had a T1000 or something just standing there too. It made it, yeah, it was nice watching how things happened despite the fact that Adam explained some of the things in the opening of the second movie. Yeah, that's the other thing too, because it had been so long since the first movie, having to do like a recap just in case people who saw the first movie hadn't seen it for many years, and also people who never saw the first one who are seeing the second one for the first time. Exactly, Amita. Ezio has a goddamn plan. Vegas, one cable guy came over and he got real freaked out, bro. He just kept staring at them while he was fixing something with the cable outlet. He told him, dude, relax, they're not real. He kept saying, sir, there are not people in those, right? He was like, dude, relax, look, and he took the masks off to show him that it was just life-size mannequins with Myers and Ghost face masks on. That would actually be interesting for like a an episode of like a horror series or something. Now, bro, it's so impractical to wear white if you're trying to blend in. Yeah, it's that thing of video game logic versus realism, and which one needs to take precedent or take priority over one or the other. It is interesting though, because like I feel sometimes it's not what someone's wearing that might make them stand out. It's what they're actually doing while wearing it. But also, like, if you were to go to a place and let's say there was 10 people in a room and you tried to remember what every single person in that room was wearing, you might be able to remember what they were wearing. But when it's like, what were they actually doing the whole time while you were there? Like, what was every single individual person doing at every moment that they were there? Because I feel like there'd be a lot of people that would do so many things without people actually taking notice and paying attention and remembering that they were doing it or aware of it. But obviously we're talking, you know, a video game at the end of the day with Assassin's Creed stuff, so, you know, it's just part of the video game logic that a character like Ezio can wear this very unique outfit that even when he's, you know, amongst, like, well, I mean, Altair is probably a better example. Even though Altair actually wears something different to what the priests wear, the game is like, well, He's blended in with them, so they're not going to be able to detect him as well. Where it's like, how could they not? Also, those hooded robes and armor have got to be heavy. Yeah, that's the other thing too, as well. And that's the whole thing with certain gameplay mechanics too. That's why you see some games try to add that as an element to try and create some realism by saying, here's a stamina meter. Like Ezio, as I'm making him sprint, as long as there's room for him to sprint, I can have him do this for as long as I'm holding in the buttons that make it happen. But there's no stamina for him, so you can do it as long as you can. So to add a bit more realism, you'd have to add a stamina to try and simulate someone who might need to catch their breath once they've done something, you know. Nah, bro, the sweat must be unreal. That is true. Yeah, that's another element as well. Any indicators on the actual fabric of the clothing of the character to suggest that they've exerted a lot of energy and that there's sweat. Where some games, you know, don't bother with that. Which is okay if they don't, but you just get that combination of games that do worry about it and those that don't. Then there's stuff that can just go, you know, really unnoticed as well. Yeah, nah, bro. When the doctor says to Ezio in Brotherhood that, you know, can't remember the exact quote, but, you know, especially, he says, you know, especially someone your age. And then Ezio's like, someone my age. Imbecile. Shadow, in case you have a Discord, you can show you how her Master Assassin outfit looks like, if you like. Oh, sure, Shadow Ronin, for sure. I'll just grab a link to that. There we go. Thank you for joining, Shadow. I just saw you pop up in Discord, and I've assigned you the role where you can post in the channels where things can be posted and stuff. There's some channels where I've made it that comments can't be put in, because they're just basically notification channels of like when I'm going live and all that. But there's definitely other ones where things can be posted. Hey Alessandra, the Creed is great. The Creed is the only immortal thing in the world. How's things? Yeah, Shadow, having a look at that post now. There might be some times though where it takes me a while to get to what's posted. But that looks really good. That's a good design and good color scheme as well. Thanks for sharing that. Alessandra, am I playing Anno 117? I haven't even played Anno 1 yet. Let alone the other 116 games in the series. But I am aware of the franchise, Alessandra, but I'm not a fan of real-time strategy games. Because Rome is civilization, Rome is order, and out there you are, Rome. Oh, that's fair enough. Sounds like you enjoy the game. Alessandra, you enjoy building Roman settlement. That's good. That's good that you enjoy the game. Is that the most recent one? Shadow, you just don't get the part where it says that Yasuke joined the Assassins when in real life he was just a samurai retainer. I'm not too sure either, to be honest. I mean, without talking about spoiler stuff, there's some elements of the whole assassin thing that is one of the reasons why I think that game's treatment of the assassins as a thing is very poorly done. But without spoiling it, it's kind of like circumventing the actual group by creating a similar one. Alessandra, ancient Greece and Rome are your thing. Also love Industrial Revolution. Those three are your favourite parts of history. Oh yes, it is the latest one. Well, that's good too, as well. And different genres of games can cover those sorts of things in very different ways as well. Shadow, no, it's not, because he's with Naue, and you don't know, there's just no record of him having allies. Yeah. At the same time, though, like, there's so many days in a week, so many weeks in a month, so many weeks in a year, that who knows what everyone has done day to day for months and years and decades. Unless there's like a minute-to-minute itinerary or journal entry that says, at 6 o'clock I woke up, at 6:01 I looked ahead, at 6:02 I breathed, at 6:03 I closed my eyes, at 6:04 I blinked, at 6:05 I drank one sip of water. Like, I know I'm being silly with that whole sort of like minutiae of stuff, but yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of time that can pass in a character's life that doesn't get documented and things like that. So it does give, when they do fictional stories using characters, it does give them some kind of like, you know, leeway. It's like, well, there's a period of a week where this person from history, there's no recording of what they actually did during that week. So how about we make it that they were secretly a double agent for an organization and they went away on a quote-unquote holiday, but what they actually went away to do was a mission. And the reason why that week of time is not documented is because the person who gave them the mission had enough power to scrub that data from that point in history. You know what I mean? So it does give a little bit of leeway for fictionalized events to be integrated into someone's actual life. Hello there, Raid. Welcome on in. How's things? Alessandra, the Second Industrial Revolution ended in 1914. So 1914, and then that puts it. I'm using video games as sort of like references for certain periods of time. So that's also when the epilogue of Red Dead Redemption 1 takes place, is 1914 as well. So that kind of like time period, thinking about like what technology they had and all that kind of stuff. Shadowrunner, but what pisses you off, AC Shadows, the most is the damn control schemes. Ubisoft doesn't even let you customize your remap controls at your own, like you only play by their rule, the impossible rule. Oh yeah, that can be frustrating, especially too if there's a more comfortable control setup that you can do in other games of a similar kind, and you just want to try and emulate that, but you can't. Vegas, I can't remember if you said you played the Arkham games or not. The only ones I haven't played is Origins. Although having said that, I did actually play a little bit of it, but not enough to get too far into it. So I don't really count that really as technically playing it, because I just, I mean, technically I played it, but I didn't give it a full playthrough. And then there's that Blackgate game as well, but I can't remember what system that was on. But I do like Batman Arkham Asylum, City at Night. They're the ones that I've definitely played. Alessandra, World War One started. Well, there you go, yeah. So World War One started around 1914. And so you're almost like partway through that decade. It's always interesting looking at the transition from one decade into the next, because usually you have the early part of the new decade. A lot of the stuff that was at the end of the previous one is still in use, or things still look like that, like fashions and all that kind of stuff. And then as the new decade goes through and it gets about the halfway mark, that's when you start to see that decade come into its own and create its own kind of style and aesthetic and improvements to stuff. And then by the end of that decade, that's when it kind of gets to the ultimate point, and then rinse and repeat as well. Vegas, ever think you'll do another playthrough of the Arkham games? Definitely, Vegas, yeah. Yeah, when I finish Deus Ex Mankind Divided, which I'm almost through Human Revolution, when I finish Mankind Divided, the game that will replace Deus Ex will be Batman Arkham Asylum, and then City, and then Night, to do my annual playthroughs of it. Vegas, oh man, that would be awesome. You're excited? When will that be? A few weeks from now. Also, will you play Origins? Oh no, won't be playing Origins, yeah. Yeah, I don't actually have that game, and I wouldn't be able to fit that in, and the other ones too, as well. But I'll be finishing on Monday Deus Ex Human Revolution, and Monday through to Thursdays is for Deus Ex, so that'll give me Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday to finish Deus Ex Mankind Divided, because the nature of the playthrough I'm doing, which I'm going to keep a surprise until I get to it, but the nature of it will mean that it will be more than one stream. The game's story itself is short, but I'm doing more than just the game's story, and there's also another thing on top that I'm doing as well. So yeah, that'll be this coming week. So potentially it'll be not the Monday after this weekend, but the Monday after the next weekend. Yeah. I'll pause it there because this music is what we've heard in the playthrough in another part before. Shadow, you still say that Origins was a great AC game of the RPG era, the best one, not gonna lie. Yeah, for me, that game still hasn't been beaten by the other games that they've released since. Schiller, thank you very much, dude, for the 45 stream streak. That is excellent. Thank you very, very much for that. I appreciate it. How's things going for you today? Shadow, still can't believe that the Ezio era and Shadows are 60 years apart. Yeah, that's true in the timeline. Yeah, it's crazy when that happens. Hey Permagamer, thank you so very much for the raid. Welcome on into you and your raiders. I hope everyone's doing well. How was your stream? How was Apex Legends? For those who are new to the channel, this is a music-only playthrough, or a music tribute one, as I've started to call them now. So the sound effects and dialogue are turned off, so there's no issue with your audio. There's no glitch with the game, or anything like that. That audio is turned off on purpose, and I want to pay tribute to the game's music. So there's parts where I'll let the music play without talking over it, or waiting till it loops, to then, comment on stuff and respond to chat and things. But we're doing the main game story, doing all the side content, not worried about getting all the collectibles though, and also doing the DLC, the Da Vinci Disappearance as well. Dr. Darling, need a remaster by Quebec, and Ezio should say Quebec instead of Montreal. Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that was to happen. Although I don't think they're in charge of the franchise now. I think Tencent is. Or at least that new studio that was made with the CEO's son or something. Permagamer, it was meh. Oh, was it? Sorry to hear about that. That really sucks. Hopefully the next session that you play of Apex Legends will go better, Permagamer. So what kind of thing were you doing in Apex Legends? Was there like some kind of objective that you needed to work towards, or was it just basically free-for-all? Permagamer, nah, just playing solo ranked teams always hit or miss. Oh, is it? Yeah. That's the other thing too, like, with so many moving parts going on at once, and then if you have others that are playing as well, and what decisions they make, and what it'll affect other people and all that kind of stuff, I can imagine that could get very tricky too, as well. Hey there, Lizzie. Hope things are going well. Good morning to you. That damn sneaky guard. Getting in the friggin' way. Okay, so we have some more side content that has popped up. We have some more Templar agents to deal with. Also, I saw that we have some more missions with La Volpe for the thieves. There's also a main story mission that activates there too. So I don't know yet if going there at all will automatically trigger the cutscene for that mission, or whether I have to actually interact with the thing to activate it. And there's no more Courtesan missions left to do because I've done all of those. Total sync wise, we are now sitting at 74.75, so I need 75% total sync to unlock the final Cristina memory, and I'm doing all of those back to back. So when that one becomes available, that means I can then choose when I want to do that. And then there's also the Borgia Towers. I want to test to see if when you're in that zone, in that Borgia Tower zone, if there's different music for combat depending on what notoriety you have. So I want to test that, but I might leave that till next weekend's stream. I'm not ending the stream now, but I'm just saying that I'm going to wait until next Saturday to cover that aspect as well. So the plan is to do some more of these Templar target missions at least. Get them done. Hello there, Ozjim. Damn, this looks weird compared to the newer games. That is true, definitely a lot of differences. Not all for the better though. Even older games can still have elements that are better than newer ones, but yet another game that I'm doing a 15th anniversary for. Nice one, Sailor. Requiescat in pace, Elvis. Jim, this is the one where you have to find keys for the Roman armor, right? That's true, Jim. Yeah. Yeah, you got to find those in the Romulus Lairs. Leaving these Borgia towers alone. Because there's still something I want to do with them related to this music only playthrough, but I already spent time in this stream covering one aspect of the music in those spots. So I want to have a breather from that and then cover some other stuff in next Saturday's stream of Sailor. Sorry, couldn't resist. I don't blame you. Yeah, it's definitely one of those commands that sometimes I forget to change which Ezio emote it is for which game I might currently be, playing in that series. Before I noticed for this playthrough, I had it set to the Ezio Revelations emote, so I had to change it to the Brotherhood one. Okay, so we've well and truly passed the 75% total sync, which means we've unlocked the final Cristina memory. I'm going to put a hold on doing those for a little bit longer, but I've now reached the point where I don't have to worry about the optional objectives. I might still get them just naturally doing the mission, or I might just decide to do it for the hell of it, but the requirement in this playthrough for the total synchronization was just to get it to 75% to get the final Cristina memory. I haven't done any of the memories yet because I like to wait until I've got them all unlocked and then do them one after the other. Jim, you seen that Black Flag is getting remastered? Yeah, it's a good thing we have Prince of Persia: Sands of Time remake and the Splinter Cell remake to compare how they can do it. Oh wait, that's right, we don't have them yet. I'm very cold on a remake of Black Flag, so yeah, um, I'm not really too thrilled, to be honest. Jim, there's nothing wrong with the original. Yeah, it's I mean, maybe you could do better graphics, but it's not just about the graphics, it's about the aesthetic and it's about the way things are done. There's a certain like design philosophy that they did with Black Flag that they don't have anymore. And it goes beyond just getting the same people back, which they can't, obviously, but it goes beyond that. It's one of those things where it's like the way in which they were made is what makes it what it is. It's like when they do a sequel to a franchise that had their last movie in like the 1980s or something, where basically they do a new version, but it's so far removed from when the other ones were done that things have changed in how things are done that doesn't match that way. The new Indiana Jones movies, for example, are like that. You look at the three Indiana Jones movies from 1981 up until 1989, and while you can definitely tell that Harrison Ford is older in the 1989 movie than he was in the 1981 movie, all three movies still stylistically and aesthetically match each other. And a lot of that is to do with the same cinematographer being used, Douglas Slocum, for those three movies. But then you get to 2008 with Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, and so much had changed. And it's not so much any problem with Harrison Ford aging further, it's more just the approach to that movie, even though Spielberg came back to direct it. There was just differences in how things were done that don't match how they were done back in the first three, which means there's a bit of a disconnect between the original trilogy and then that fourth movie. And then you get like the fifth movie in what, 2023? When was it? 2022, 23, or 24? And that's even more years after 2008, you know? So I think that you might be able to have better graphics for a video game, but the ability to have better graphics, any game can have really good graphics, but not every game does, even though it is possible technically for games to reach the pinnacle of graphics and stuff. But yeah, there's a whole design philosophy and approach that they just don't do anymore, which means that if they do a remake of something that has a very different approach, they may as well have just done their own new game in the same time period. Sailor, you played Black Flag. It's not a bad AC game, but it's nothing to write home about. Though in fairness, you played it after the Ezio trilogy. Yeah, I mean, the thing about Black Flag that I really like is that there's a real attention to detail with the logic of how the story is told. and the logic of how Edward gets from point A to point B and why he comes into contact with the Assassins and the Templars, and all that is just so well done. And Matt Ryan, who plays Edward, is Edward Kenway, you know. I mean, they even used his actual face as the face of Edward Kenway, so, you know, there's also that element too, where the performances, even if you get the same actors back, the people who are in charge of directing the performances might have a different idea of how the characters should be portrayed versus the people back then. And so you might get the actors again, but they might be given completely different directions and different approaches that they have to take, and then there might be changes in the narrative and how the characters were written that fundamentally inform and change how the performances come about as well. So I think it's very, very difficult to remake something like that. And they've already said that they're going to get rid of the present day story, which I know that not everyone likes that, but you can still follow what happens in Edward's time period without the present day stuff anyway. So you just play through the present day stuff until you need to, you know, because it automatically takes you out, but in between the times where it automatically takes you out, you just stay in the Animus and do the Edward stuff. Hey Sosei, is this the new Splinter Cell DLC? It sure is, absolutely. It's the secret DLC, personally given to me to be able to play. No, just kidding. How's it going? Welcome on in. So, like with the Star Wars movies, yeah, that is true too, as well. There's just something to be said for, and this will happen with heaps of stuff too, like there's stuff that came out within a 5-year period that people in 20 to 30 or 40 years will look back and say they tried to recapture that, but they just couldn't, because back when they did those in, you know, like 2021 to 2025 or whatever, when they did them back then, they can't do them the same way that they used to. So it's very cyclical with that stuff. Just like with anything. Certain movies and stuff where people go, that's a great movie. In 50 years' time, some people might look back and go, well, that was a terrible movie. Or they might look at a bad movie that came out decades ago and go, that was actually a good movie. You know, so that can happen too, as well. But yeah, I think they would be better off not remaking Black Flag. But if they like that time period and they want to do something else in the AC series with that, then choose a different period of time to actually cover with a completely different character and stuff. And add references to what events take place in Black Flag. I mean, hell, they could have even done like a Mary Read game. Instead of remaking Black Flag, just do a Mary Read game, and then any events that we didn't see her in, we get to play what she was doing and what she was going through in between the moments where we see her in Black Flag, and cover her origin of becoming an assassin and all that kind of stuff. Do that instead of remaking Black Flag. Nice, that's all the Templar agents' missions done. Bevers, do you think we'll ever get an Ezio trilogy remake? Oh, I mean, it's definitely possible. Potentially they could as well. Then there's like potentially a remake of Assassin's Creed 1, which there definitely is a lot of fans that want a remake of Assassin's Creed 1. If they do, though, I would hope that they also do a remake of Bloodlines, which takes place about, I think it's a month or two after the events where Al-Mualim is assassinated by Altair, and it was a PlayStation Portable game. It doesn't have any present day stuff in it. It does have the UI and everything, of course, of the Animus, but it's got an interesting story. It kind of fills in the gaps between the end of Assassin's Creed 1 and also the memory in AC2 where Altair is chasing Maria through the streets of Acre, and also, of course, the time between then and when we see her and Altair in Revelations. So I think remaking Bloodlines as well as Assassin's Creed 1 would be a good way to do it, and have Bloodlines be accessible in the menu for Assassin's Creed 1 Remake. I think that would be a good way to combine those two into one remake. Thanks, Bevers, yeah. Because having played it a few times now, it's really cool to see the codex pages that Altair wrote. It's actually really cool that at certain points in that game, we see Altair sitting down and writing those codex page entries. And in Assassin's Creed 2, when you read those entries as well, it's a nice connective thing. Okay, so I think what I might do, I don't need all the Borgia towers intact to do what I want to do next Saturday. So I'll leave one undone, but do the ones that are related to the Romulus Lairs so I can access those. Jimmy, never seen the Bloodline one? Yeah, I do it as part of my annual playthroughs, and I've played through it now 3 times. Because for the longest time I'd only seen a little bit of gameplay from it, and I knew the lore behind like Altair and Maria and how they met, and knew that that was what that game was about and stuff. It's pretty impressive what they were able to do with that system. And it came out the same year as Assassin's Creed 2. There was actually content that you could access in AC2 if you had the Bloodlines game and you had like the PlayStation 3 version of Assassin's Creed 2. There's weapons that each boss enemy has in Bloodlines that Ezio can actually access. In the Ezio collection, they made them automatically unlocked for Ezio to actually use. I call bullshit on that. He was completely unaware of Ezio, and I did a high-profile assassination, and so Ezio should have been able to do the assassination on him. I didn't mean to have Ezio grab that NPC. Also, I don't know where the icon for the Doctor actually is in this part, but I wonder why there actually isn't one. Now that we've done another Borgia Tower and unlocked or liberated that part of the map, we can now get more assassin recruits. I assume in Shadows this gets a mention that a mysterious faction takes down the Borgia. That is true, yeah, I remember seeing that cutscene in Shadows. Ubisoft Quebec name-dropping some other characters in the series. Hey there, Octavius. It's going well, thank you. How about you? Vegas, the big question about this game is what exactly is in that hay and straw that you're landing in after jumping off a 40-story building and not having a scratch on you? Yeah, imagine if there was some kind of like NPC that walked past and threw and discarded something away that was sharp and threw it in the haystack. That reminds me too of The Witcher 2. There's a reference to Assassin's Creed and the leap of faith. Hey, see, I was wondering what that was. You're right, it must have been the wind. How's things? Excellent, Octavius. That's really good. Glad that you're doing well. You're enjoying your Sunday, and you? How was your day so far? Very nice. That's cool. I'm glad that you're enjoying your Sunday. Mine's been going really, really well. It's been good to do more on this game, and it's it's getting so close to the end of the month that I am hoping that there's certain games I can still fit in before the year ends. But I'm sure I can fit in the Batman Arkham games I want to do. In one playthrough, you got all your assassins to level 10. That's nice. Yeah, it's very satisfying to get your assassin recruits in Brotherhood and Revelations to, that level as well. I can't remember now off the top of my head what level you can get the recruits in Assassin's Creed 3 up to. Because they did a very different thing with that one. It's been a while in this playthrough since I've done a Romulus Lairs, so we'll go and do that next. Vegas, for $10 million, would you never play a video game ever again? Or would you turn the money down? If you took the $10 million, you could never play a video game ever again. Well, I mean, there comes a time where I probably would stop playing video games. But I don't know when that would be. But, I mean, yeah, $10 million would be nice. But it's one thing to imagine what that would be like versus it actually happening. So I don't even know for sure if it actually happened. I don't think that's happening anytime soon. Jim, watching makes you want to play it again. Very nice, dude. I know that feeling for sure. One of the games I want to replay again, even though I played it a few months back, was AC3 to do another playthrough, but there's only so many games that I can do at the moment without encroaching on the days that I need for other games that I have to get done before the year ends. Like Deus Ex, Human Revolution, Mankind Divided, and Batman Arkham Asylum, City and Night. Vegas, you would turn it down. It's your escape from reality. Oh, that is totally understandable. That is for sure. Especially if there's nothing else that could help, you know. Not afraid. I don't think you could do it. You'll be 60 still gaming, lol. Yeah. Yeah. And in seriousness too, like, that's why I like accessibility options being a thing in games, because it'll still allow people to play the games that they enjoy if they're able to alter some settings to, help be able to, depending on what they need as well. Like games where you have button mashing, for example. If someone literally can't actually button mash at the speed that the game requires, like in the Dark Pictures series of horror games, if you want to, you can change it so that you don't have to button mash those moments. You can just hold down the button, things like that. This music, I've already heard it in this playthrough without talking over it and stuff. That whole bit of music that was playing before this one started, that is from Assassin's Creed 1. And it's also composed by Jesper Kyd, who did the music for Assassin's Creed 1, Assassin's Creed 2, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, collaborated on Revelations with Lorne Balfe, and then after that game, it wouldn't be until Assassin's Creed Valhalla that he returned to collaborate with Sarah Schachner and Einar Selvik for that game's soundtrack. So I still wanted to cover that music from Assassin's Creed 1 by Jesper Kyd by not talking over it and letting it loop and stuff. But it's a great piece of music, and it's really, really atmospheric, and I feel like it can be used for a number of different things. And using it for like this lair is really a good choice. Vegas, and if you try to sneak and play a game, the money would disappear and you'll turn into someone's balls. You're dying, laugh myself. You don't know why, but you're cracking up. Alrighty now, dude. Man, that laugh felt good, haven't laughed like that in a while. Makes me think of those things where people say, you know, you can get one thing, but you have to also choose what the downside would be, you know. It's like when someone makes a wish, that's what it was. It's like you can make a wish for something, but there also has to be something negative that happens. Not Fry, thank you very much, dude, for the 5 stream streak. I mean, for the 5... Thank you so much for the 5 months in a row of subscribing. Thank you very, very much for that. I really appreciate it. Thank you for using your Prime for that too, as well. Thank you. Yeah, not Fry. Now imagine that, like a 5-month stream streak. Well, thank you, Not Fry. Thank you very much for that. I'm glad that you enjoy the streams. Appreciate it. Vegas, your Prime sub is available at some point today to use also. Rod's getting yours as well whenever it becomes available today. Well, thank you, Vegas. I appreciate that too, as well. It's a cool thing that there's a Prime sub that can be used, you know. Vegas, man, just like Fry said, you deserve it, bro. Well, thank you for the sentiment, Vegas. Appreciate it. It's also fun, you know, to stream and... Not Fry, I mean, you're only here every day, so you guess that means you enjoy your streams. Absolutely. And that's appreciated too when people are lurkers as well. And when they lurk and all that kind of stuff, it's really appreciated too. Jim, one thing though, it's a shame you don't see this armor in other games after this. Yeah, would be cool as like a unlock as well, because they do have the legacy outfits and stuff that they tend to have available, but there's so many different kinds of like sets of armor from the older games as well. That would be cool to see as content in the later games. No, Fry, I honestly thought it was pretty cool how they put the legacy outfits in the majority of the games. Yeah, it really is. And it's a good opportunity as well to see them in higher resolution graphics too. Hey, AC, thank you very much for using 10 bits to enlarge that animated emote. It's really cool seeing emotes in the large size like that to appreciate a lot of the detail as well. Not Friday. AC3, you have Connor wearing Arno's outfit. You thought that was pretty nice too. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and it's cool to see Connor in his grandfather's outfit too, as well. Jim, like you can't get Alexios and Cassandra's Spartan armor in other games. Yeah, I mean, the only one that you can is Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered, because you can actually access Alexios's mercenary outfit in that. Not right, yeah, it is. You've seen Alexios' outfit for AC3 Remastered. That is true, yeah. It was cool to have the movie outfit as well that Aguilar wore, played by Michael Fassbender in Assassin's Creed movie. So that's that done. The optional objectives to this playthrough don't matter anymore because we've already gotten the 75% total sync that I need for the Cristina memory stuff, which is the reason I was doing the optional objectives that I did do in the first place. So that is that one done. And there's another one, of course. We're in sequence 7 of the story, and there'll still be a lot of content left, but I'm definitely closer to the end of the playthrough than I was when I started last weekend. So we've got the rest of the main story, we've got the Cristina memories, we've got the rest of the tombs, and any Templar lairs that pop up as well. I also want to cover, double check to see if there's any difference in the music with Borgia Tower zones during combat, depending on your notoriety level. And then there's the Disappearance of Da Vinci DLC as well, which I'm going to wait until I finish the main story to actually go and do. Nofre, oh yeah, that too. You did watch the AC movie a while back. You kept an open mind. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't like really good either at all. Yeah, I think the strengths of the movie is definitely the past time period, the action sequences, the fight choreography, the parkour. All that was just chef's kiss in that movie. But I feel like they kind of dropped the ball when it came to how they portrayed the Animus, but also how often they kept on showing that as Callum was experiencing the memories of Aguilar, he physically was doing the same actions. I think after a while, even audiences who didn't know how the Animus worked would be like, yeah, we get it now. We know how it works. Like the actual design of the Animus, I didn't really have a big problem with it. But, having said that, continually showing the audience what's actually going on is a bit too much. Like, sure, show it twice, but after that point, it's unnecessary to showcase. And not once did the Templars ever utter their motto. Not even the high-ranking Templars say, "May the Father of Understanding guide us." None of those words are actually uttered. Nothing is true, everything is permitted, for the assassins is said, of course, which is great. But the Templars never say, "May the Father of Understanding guide us" in that movie. So I think that was a bit of a error to not have that. But yeah, it was definitely an interesting present day story where you have Sophia Ricken, the daughter of the CEO of Abstergo, Alan Ricken, who is trying to find a way to end violence, eradicate it from humanity. And Sophia believes that a particular piece of Eden that she's wanting to find out about is the key to solving that. And Michael Fassbender's character doesn't know anything about the Assassins or the Templars. And in that way, it's almost like a adaptation of Assassin's Creed 1, it's structured in a similar way where Desmond didn't know about the entirety of all the Templar stuff. He knew some, but he thought it was just fantasy. He thought it was something his parents made up. He thought it was some crazy conspiracy theory thing. And so for the longest time, he didn't actually believe in it. So it's not 100% exactly the same, but you still have two characters in Desmond and Callum in the movie who are thrown into this entire situation, both being captured by Abstergo and put into the Animus, both being used to discover certain things during the time period of their ancestors, things like that. But it was kind of cool, the nods to characters in the series like Yusuf and Xiao Jun, as well as Arno, and that too. But the problem is that the look of the character of Michael Fassbender as Callum and as Aguilar, it definitely matches how Desmond looked like Altair and how he looked like Ezio. But, having said that though, it's more realistic that the way that an ancestor looked would not be 100% identical to the way that their descendant looks, Like, obviously, you can get people that, in their own family, very, very, closely resemble one of their family members from, generations ago. But the way that the AC games used to do it was that it was like a one-to-one twin, essentially. And so they continue that with that movie, even though long by that point it had been, stopped having it where the present day character looks exactly like the past character and vice versa and all that. But that's neither here nor there, with that movie. But it's a shame we'll never get a sequel to it, because I feel like a sequel could have fixed some of the problems that the first movie had. I would definitely recommend watching it for people who haven't seen it and you're just curious about what it's like. Definitely don't go in expecting a really excellent movie, but if you're interested to see what an Assassin's Creed movie would be like, it's an interesting kind of experiment. Nofra, yeah, you're like, this is the Animus? Yeah, big giant robotic arm with a giant ass needle that jams itself in the back of your neck, and then and when you're experiencing the memory of your ancestor, whatever the ancestor does in the actual memory, you do one for one. So if your ancestor was swimming, then when you're using that animus, you yourself would be doing the motions of swimming, even though you weren't in water, stuff like that. They did try to smooth it over, though. In Assassin's Creed Origins on Layla's laptop, there is a bit of information that covers the animus that was seen in the movie. And that Layla actually, I think from memory, Layla suggested some things for them to do with one of their animus things, and I think she gave suggestions for what to do with that, or something like that. It's been a long time since I read that content in that game, so I don't 100% know. But I do know for sure that on Layla's laptop, there's actually references to that version of the animus that we see in the movie, the giant robotic arm one. And even in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, there's a bit of a nod to that with the Yggdrasil device and how it stabs the person in the back of the neck as well. Except in that situation, it doesn't make the person copy the movements. It's more like a device that puts someone into a simulation. So it would be like Elysium in Assassin's Creed Odyssey and Atlantis. Although in the case of Atlantis, it's an actual place that exists, whereas in the Yggdrasil device, it's a complete simulation based on what the Norse would have considered to be the afterlife, Valhalla. But It's not an actual, real, physical place on the planet. Whereas Atlantis was a place that was physically on the planet. And so in Assassin's Creed Odyssey, the Fate of Atlantis DLC, those memories of Atlantis that Layla experiences, well, I mean, she experiences them and Cassandra experiences them as well. So you got that side of stuff as well. Not sure I felt that way to be honest. Yeah, there's definitely some elements in that movie that were really well done and that are very suitable for what is in the source material. Like, literally all they had to do was make a freaking bed and put a computer over the character's eyes for it. The animus we got in that film was just horrendous. That is true, like, that would have been a better way to do it. From a design standpoint, it's kind of like, it's interesting, but it doesn't really sort of match the point of the animus, you know. There's not really any point in having an animus that allows the present day person to literally do the movements and gestures that their ancestors doing, you know. So it's really just a complete design choice by the filmmakers to be like going against having the traditional have the character lie down or sit down, wanting to have something that was cinematically a bit more interesting and all that kind of stuff, which doesn't translate to it was a good idea. It just translates to that's what their thinking was. That was their process of deciding that as a thing. Hello, Lucinda. Good morning. Brotherhood is going really well, making good progress. We're up to sequence 7. We assassinated the Baron de Valois. So we did that part of the story, and I've done all the Courtesan missions, so they're covered. And I've done all the Templar agents. They've been done. And I did another Lair of Romulus. I still have one of those left. But yeah, making good progress, and I think I'm on track to finish the playthrough next weekend. I think next Saturday I can get everything related to the main story done that I want to, and then on the Sunday can do the Da Vinci Disappearance DLC. How's your morning going, Lucinda? Welcome on in. Nofra, yeah, you're going to say that too. If they had a chance to make a second movie, they would probably do it better, learn from their mistakes and whatnot. Exactly, dude. Yeah. And if they did do a sequel, only have the start of the movie and the end of it in present day. Have the entire bulk of it be set back in Aguilar's time period. Lucinda, sounds like the Evil Within STEM system. Yeah, that's true, Lucinda. It's funny too with that because they're lying in essentially bathtubs with all this milk. Is essentially what it is. Not right. Yeah, the animus in the movie is just, I don't know. It's like something from like a Transformers movie or something, you know. Hey there, Spectrum. How's your day going today? Welcome. And me too, looking at AC Mirage DLC, and they also added animus sequences, which are just like the mastery challenges in Valhalla. That's true in Meta, yeah. And you can go back in and replay the actual main missions as well without having to rely on manual saves that you might have made. Because there's a certain limit to how many you can make, apparently, I think. But yeah, that was a good idea, actually, and if you want to go in and do the optional objectives, they've added that too, as well. Lucinda, nice. Can you do the Da Vinci Disappearance DLC in one day? That'll be a music focus as well, right? That is true, yeah, music focus. Yeah, overall, like, it's not really a long DLC, but there might be some side things that I might go off and do just to be sure that I'm covering all the music. In Meta, yeah. Yeah, so that'll be interesting to see. I want to do that in my next playthrough next year for Mirage. Incorporate and do all that. Just waking up, Spectrum? Well, that's good. I hope that you have a great morning. Hope you can enjoy some coffee as well. Like, next AC film should just go all in on Desmond's story. Good old classic Altair and Ezio story. It'll bring a resurgence back into the franchise that is needed. It would be interesting to see who they would cast as those roles. It kind of gets tricky because Desmond, I don't know, it'll just feel weird not hearing Nolan North play Desmond. It's similar like with Splinter Cell with Sam Fisher. It's very, very hard to hear someone else play Sam Fisher and not be Michael Ironside. It's like if John St. John wasn't Duke Nukem anymore and they got someone else to do it. There's just certain characters I feel like the voice actor is so locked in with the character that when people hear that person as the character, they're like, yep, that's that character. Admitted they also added 11 more achievements, and now it feels like you haven't platinumed the game. That would be frustrating in me too. You'd be like, yep, got it all done, platinum done. A couple of years later, oh, by the way, here's some new content, and here's some more achievements that you need to get. Spectrum, yep, you got coffee chilling in the fridge. Very nice. That's really good. Admit you'll play it after you finish Deus Ex. That's a good idea. And that way it'll still be pretty fresh as well. Like, yeah, that'll definitely take some time getting used to. Yeah, it's definitely not impossible. You can definitely have someone else play a role based on like a video game and still do a pretty good job as well. And the other way around too, like Troy Baker as Indiana Jones, for example. Like, yeah, if you listen close enough, you can tell it's Troy Baker doing an impression of Harrison Ford, but it probably sounds like 95 to 99% like Harrison Ford. So that's a situation where you had a character in movies played by Harrison Ford. Troy Baker's not the only actor who played the role in video games, though. I can't remember the actor's name, but he played Indiana Jones in The Infernal Machine, and I think The Emperor's Tomb, and maybe Staff of Kings as well. And I think he did voice work. Wasn't there voice work in one of the point-and-click Indiana Jones games? Yeah, I think there was. But yeah, I can't remember the guy's name, unfortunately. But he did a great Indiana Jones. Spectrum, you think you'll have a hot matcha latte first and take a nice mocha latte to church later. That's a good idea to have a portable coffee. I mean, that sounds funny to say, But I mean to say, it's good to have another kind of coffee that you can, drink and take with you. In Mita, yeah. Speaking of Troy Baker, you looked it up and he is in so many games, it's crazy. Oh yeah, man, like... I haven't had a good look, but I would definitely guess that he's got at least 150 credits. And that'd be the great thing too about being... I mean, he does more than just voice acting, of course, but I'm sure there's a lot of, opportunities to do just vocal work that would be done too. That he probably would do even, nowadays, like if it was like an audio book or something too, as well. Jim, it's a shame River Phoenix died. He did a great job as a young Indiana Jones. He really did, Jim. I 100% agree. Like, he got his mannerisms down so well. And it was more than just getting the mannerisms. It was also getting the way that Indy actually speaks. The way that Harrison speaks as Indy. He wasn't doing an impression of Harrison Ford's voice because, of course, there's a big age difference between the version of Indiana Jones that he was playing versus the one that Harrison was playing. But he definitely had that charisma as well, and he also had that comedic timing that Indy can have with a lot of stuff. And yeah, he was really good. It's a shame he died. Hello there, Sona. Cold brewing coffee has its benefits as it takes longer to extract the caffeine, not as much acid is released, so it's easier on the stomach. Yeah, that'd be the thing too. Like, I prefer hot coffee, but having said that, I really like mocha flavored coffee milk. Cold. So it just depends. Thank you, Spectrum, for redeeming a leap of fail. Thank you very much. Amita is in The Last of Us games, Death Stranding games, God of War 2018, Indiana Jones, Mass Effect 3, Uncharted 4, and so on and so on. That is true, yeah. Okay, Spectrum, so with the leap of fail, let's have a look-see at structures and stuff. Thank you, Spectrum, for redeeming the leap of fail. Thank you. Spectrum, exactly why you called Bruce Huck? You have so many stomach issues. Yeah, that's a good idea too. If there's something that can be done, you know, to avoid things like that too. Jim Harrison said that he had a great future as Indy. Oh yeah, would have been really cool to see him in a full. See him as Indiana Jones in like a full movie. I'll be back soon. Alright, I'm back. Hey there, Schiller. Ahoy to you as well. I'm doing really well, thank you, dude. Making some good progress on Brotherhood. I think I'll be finishing the playthrough next Sunday, when I'll do the Da Vinci Disappearance DLC as the final thing. And that's no worries at all. Definitely don't need to be sorry. You couldn't talk earlier, but because you wasn't at home and only on the phone. That is totally understandable, dude, for sure. That's no worries. How's things going today? How was things? Sona, can you believe they served flat ale at the tavern last night? The nerve? Flat ale? What the hell? No thanks. Hello there, Ogorki. Welcome on in. How's things today? Sona, I thought you were doing a bit and didn't realize you stepped away. Oh, no. Yeah, I thought I'd leave it on that because of the assassin recruit thing. Like, I don't know if the time still ticks down when you're in the menu, so I thought just to be sure. Oh, nice, Ugorki, that's good. I'm glad to hear that you're going well. Sheila, you're good. You watched F1 this morning. 2 out of 3 title contenders got disqualified after the race, and the championship is really close now, with 2 races left. Glad to hear that you're going good, dude. That sounds like it's been pretty intense as well. Is there any particular kind of like driver that you're hoping wins, or do you just pretty much not have like any kind of like expectation of who might win? Sheila, you hope that one of the 2 McLaren drivers, Norris or Piastri, win, because Verstappen for a 5th time in a row would be boring. Oh, so that's how many times Verstappen has won. 5 in a row. I mean, 4 in a row. Yeah, that's fair, as well as like, hey, let someone else win for a change, huh? We'll go and deal with this Borgia Tower, which will then leave 1. And the plan is next Saturday to use the final Borgia Tower as a testing to see if when you're in combat inside of that zone, whether the combat music is different depending on Ezio's notoriety. I've already tested for the music when he's just in the zone and hasn't been detected and no combat has been initiated, but there was no difference in the music whether he had 0 notoriety or full. But I just want to make sure that the combat music, make sure and see if that is actually just the same regardless of notoriety level or not. Hello there, Cody. Good afternoon. Welcome, dude. How's things today? Hope you're having a good Sunday. Lucinda, man, you miss mini-maps in some games. Yeah, there's just something about being able to have a look at the mini-map and see the icon for your character, and also when, if it's an arrow, the tip of the arrow actually matches which direction your character's facing in. Also being able to see things in a radius without having to literally have the character explore the outside of their current range of vision. Oh, that's excellent, Cody. I'm glad to hear that you're going great. That's really good. As for me, I'm doing really, really well. Going to be ending the stream here soon, but I want to make sure that I've got at least another tomb done before that. But yeah, it's been going good. It's been good to play this game and give it a music tribute playthrough. I did the same for Assassin's Creed 2 last year for its 15th anniversary, and that was good too. Lucinda, as opposed to checking a map every time you want to see something within a close range instead of far range. Exactly, it just saves time, and it makes it feel more efficient, and it feels like a smoother experience too. Like you're going to get me some rest. You guys have finally defeated you. We'll catch the next stream when you're live. No trouble at all, like, totally understandable for sure. I really hope you get some good sleep. Thank you for watching and chatting. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Cody, glad to hear that. You've dropped a vid in your Discord at the very beginning. You will be surprised. Oh, nice. Thank you for doing that, Cody. Cheers. There's 10 seconds and 34 seconds respectively on each assassin recruit, so I'll just wait till that elapses and then we'll put them on missions again. We've also got another recruit that we can get to since we got rid of that other Borgia tower. Sheila, one time you wanted to kill off a recruit, so you sent him as a level 1 to the most difficult mission you saw. 5 diamonds, or what it is. He got the 1% and survived? Bloody hell. You wouldn't think so. And when you think about it too, sometimes you can get a 99 or 100% guaranteed that it'll be successful, and I think I've had it once where it didn't actually succeed. Schiller. He definitely deserved to live after that mission. Proved his worth. Proved his skill and effectiveness. Passed the trials. Cody, that music reminded you of Batman Arkham Knight. Oh yeah, it's cool when that happens with music. There's also some games that have music when I hear it. I try to remember where I've heard similar music before, but I can't. But I swear, when I eventually get to the other game that actually had similar music, the same thing happens. It's like, this sounds familiar, but I can't remember where I've heard it before. And then I hear the thing that I couldn't remember before, and then I'm like, oh, this sounds familiar, I can't remember where I heard it before. Yeah, Lucinda, it's like, if only I could remember the other thing. Okay, so there's still assassination contracts, but we can't access any more at the moment until we progress further in the story. Same with the thief missions. All the Courtesan missions have now been done. All the Copernico missions were done. I've already gotten the total sync I needed to get the final Cristina memory. So I've got all of those memories that I can do back to back, but I'm going to leave that until next Saturday in that stream to cover those. Okay, so let's go and do another layer of Romulus. This one over this way. Lizzie, guess who literally has to get another doctor appointment because the last one got cancelled due to your own body acting up and causing problems? That's a real shame, Lizzie, that you now have to get another doctor appointment. I mean, it's fair enough if you weren't able to make the one that has just passed. Definitely understand, though, feeling frustrated that you now have to wait for another appointment. Hopefully you won't have to wait as long this time around to get the next one. Lucinda, okay, Rod, it's about time for you to go run your errands. I'm assuming you'll be done streaming by the time you get back. Hope you have a great rest of your stream. Thank you, Lucinda. I definitely will, for sure. Definitely understandable too. I hope that your errands go well. Definitely will be finishing soon, yeah. Yeah, once I do the last Romulus layer here, we'll be ending the stream. But thank you so very much for being here, though. Would definitely like to recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. A big fan of the Resident Evil series, also of Dying Light and the Dead Island series. Recently did a playthrough again of Days Gone, also a fan of that, as well as the Last of Us series, also the Dishonored franchise, and also doing a playthrough of Fallout New Vegas. A great streamer with some really cool raccoon-themed emotes as well, so definitely recommend. No problem at all for the shout-out, Lucinda, no worries. Hope you have a good one today. Catch you again next time. Ah, yes, that's right. I should have done this Borgia Tower nearby. I forgot that the Borgia Towers I had left, that one of them was the one where the Romulus lair is, and to get to it, you need to have the aqueduct repaired in that spot, and the only way to access that is to make sure that you take down the Borgia Tower. And I wanted to use the Borgia Tower to test some music stuff related to combat in a Borgia Tower zone. I'm going to give a try a cheese way to actually get into this using a parachute. The problem is where I need Ezio to get into without the water flooding it to go level with the entrance. These beams get in the way of Ezio jumping where I need him to go. That's where the entrance to the tomb is. There's no way to get Ezio naturally into that without the water level having risen to the level of the entrance. But there is a way to cheese it, but it's tricky because these beams are in the road, and it's involving using the parachute. So trying to get Ezio to not land on the beam versus not grab one of the beams is very, very tricky. So I'll give it a few shots to see if we can do it, but if not, that'll be something I'll just leave till next stream then. Because you've been doing what you can in terms of losing weight, and that's really great too as well. Even if it's a small thing, and even if it doesn't feel like it's a big difference, at least doing the small things can help build up. And that's the other problem too. There's a leap of faith vacuum that Ezio gets sucked into where I had him positioned. In Assassin's Creed Revelations, with the parachutes, you can launch a parachute and then close the parachute and then launch another and rinse and repeat as Ezio floats along. But in this game, once you actually unleash a parachute, you can't unleash another one after dropping from it, you'll just drop. So if this was Revelations, I could probably cheese that easier using that method, but in this game, that method doesn't work. I tried spamming the button to activate the parachute, but once Ezio went past that beam, the game wouldn't recognize the input for pressing the parachute. Or for using it, I should say. No, see, it's just so finicky and tricky. It is possible. I've seen it being done, but I don't know what variables they were working with either. They could have been doing the original Xbox 360 version. They could have been doing the original PlayStation 3 version, the original PC version. This is the Ezio Collection version, which is basically remasters of Ezio's trilogy. So it might just be that it's not possible to do that trick in this version as well. But can't do the use parachute, drop, then use parachute, rinse and repeat until Revelations. Yeah, there's just too many things that Ezio will automatically grab to, and there's just not enough space, and you can't adjust. Like, for example, in GTA 4, in the Ballad of Gay Tony DLC, maybe even when you're playing as Nico in the main game, when you use the parachute, you can kind of readjust. You can adjust the speed. You can adjust, if you're pushing forward more, if you're holding back more to readjust, and all that kind of stuff. But in this game with the parachute, you don't have that versatility. And you can't do a thing where Ezio can jump over a beam and not press the grab button until he's close enough to the thing, because the gaps between the beams makes him latch on to the next beam in front. And you can't actually use these to swing on either. So I couldn't have Ezio, for example, drop down like this and then have him swing downwards to then grab that ledge. So that's something that's not possible. However, modders have actually, for the PC version, made it so that Ezio can do swings on these kinds of beams, because you can do a swing up onto a beam off of horseback. So that's the thing that was in the game. But to have that actually be a thing with Ezio just grabbing the beam on his own without being on a horse, that's only something that modders have been able to allow happen. Unless if I jump off this ladder here. Makes me wonder now. First, need to get some more parachutes. Hello there, Senny. Welcome on in, dude. How's your day going, Crooked? I've just been seeing if I can cheese getting into that lair. There's a Borgia Tower zone I wanted to leave till last, because I still need to do some tests with different contexts of music. But of course, the one that I decided to leave till last is the one that's that has the aqueduct near it that you need to actually that you need to get rid of the Borgia Tower to be able to repair. So I thought I'd give another shot at trying to cheese with the parachute maneuver. I've just thought of something else to potentially try. I don't know if it's going to work, but I'm in the stubborn mode now where I just want to keep trying until I've exhausted all possible attempts. Oh, nice, dude. That's good to hear. I'm glad that you're doing well. We watched a comedy western with Levy for brunch, which was fun. Hope Brotherhood is going well. Oh, very nice, Crooked. What was the movie that you watched? That's good that you had a great time. Hope you enjoyed your brunch. Yeah, Brotherhood's going really well. The plan is to finish the playthrough next Sunday. I want to leave the Da Vinci DLC to the last thing. Story-wise, we're up to sequence 7, so getting much closer. Brotherhood is called Trinity is Still My Name. It's a Bud Spencer and Terence Hill movie. They're an Italian action comedy duo from the 70s and 80s, and their movies were really big in Germany. Oh, that's interesting. Trinity is Still My Name. Don't know if I've heard that movie before. Two outlaw brothers promise their dying father to change their ways and be respectable citizens. Doesn't quite work out though. It's funny, that isn't it? It's like, it almost sounds very similar to a certain Dutch Vanderlind. Making certain promises, but just not being able to quite achieve them. For a good while watching it, you had the urge to boot up Red Dead Redemption. Yeah, can definitely be like that with certain stuff. It reminds you of other things, and then you're like, that'll be a good sort of like companion piece. Okay, so the parachute won't open using that tactic, from that height at least. Yeah, that's as high as I can have Ezio go and do a jump without him automatically grabbing the beam. Parachute won't open up at that height. No. Can't get Ezio to go in between the beams without touching the invisible vacuum that sucks him into the beam and the animation to automatically grab it. Look at this. I've glitched the vacuum that sucks him onto the beam. One of them things could turn men into angels. The game's like, no, you're not going to make Ezio go between those beams and still have enough room for him to actually grab the opening to that entrance. But I definitely wasn't expecting that. Crooked, this theme here reminds you of the Blood and Wine soundtrack. That's a good call. Yeah. you could probably just overlay this music into cutscenes and stuff, certain scenes from Blood and Wine, and it'd probably really, really fit well. Yeah, Crooked and Cody, lol. Cody the Matrix. Yeah, Lizzie, that was so funny. Completely unexpected, too. I didn't even know I could make that happen. Crooked, at least the violin and bells part. That is true. Yeah, the violin and the bells. They definitely sound something like in Blood and Wine. Lizzie, he was a fairy. Game said, no. Exactly. The game was like, no, we can't have that. What are you, nuts? Afro, you want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. From Batman 1989. Although you could joke that it was actually more of a Joker movie than a Batman movie. I triggered it again. I thought I'd try to see if Arrow Storm works, but it doesn't. Sailor, in your opinion, the best live-action Joker was Cesar Romero. Yeah, his was very iconic. Yeah. And I think, too, he didn't want to shave his mustache. So they compromised and let him have his mustache, and they still put the Joker makeup over the top of it. Which definitely helps make it a very unique version of the Joker as well. Afro, what's it even stuck on? That's what I'm trying to figure. I think maybe the game is confused as to whether or not Ezio should be dropping to this beam or dropping to the beam in front. Yeah, no, bro. Welcome to Ezio Flies and Floats. Just levitates. I still was able to get that guild challenge. I wonder if when Ezio was levitating there, that actually went towards that or not. Well, I seem to have found the sweet spot to make the glitch happen. No, bro, you've never once used a parachute in this game. Oh, you haven't? No? It was kind of cool that after doing the Leonardo missions, you got a reward like that. In this game, when you use the parachute, if you drop, you can't use another parachute straight away. But in Revelations, you can actually do that, which can come in handy. No, bro. Oh, so you've never done the Leo missions. Oh, that's fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, that's understandable. But yeah, once you do all of those, Ezio will sit back down on that bench where you first find him again, when he was hiding in the cardboard box. And then he'll give you the parachute. Dr. Darling, you're done with work for the day. Now you don't have to do anything until Monday. Until Monday, yeah. The next day after today. Well, hope it went well. I just discovered a glitch trying to cheese a way into this Romulus lair with the parachute trick. See if I can trigger it again. You watch. Now that I want to do it again on purpose, it won't work. Cody, be sod's law if it doesn't. Exactly. It's so frustrating when that kind of stuff happens. It's like when something happens and you really, really want to show something, someone, because you're excited that you figured something out. And then as soon as they come in to have a look and you try to recreate it, it just doesn't work. Thank you, Sailor. I definitely will have a good night. I hope you have a good one too. Thanks for watching and chatting and lurking as well. Now, bro, just started another playthrough of Tomb Raider 2014 today. Forgot how good it is. That's good that you're playing that one again. It's really cool. I like the setting. I think there's a lot of really interesting history of the island of Yamatai as well. It's so funny because when the vocals go, ah, it's like the vocals are pissed off that Ezio died. Now, bro, yeah, I think it's probably the best in the trilogy, settings-wise at least. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's very atmospheric. I also like that when you're listening to the journal entries, I do like the music and also the ambience you can hear. Yes! Alright. So, I don't know if you're watching Dr. Darling. I'll just leave it on this, just in case. But this is the glitch I was trying to get to work again, where Ezio just hovers in the air with the parachute. Hey, Reasons. I am having a good Sunday. Well, a few minutes ago, Sunday ended here, but it went well. How's yours going? Dr. Darling, you here? Awesome. Yeah, so this was the glitch. Now, but there's a touch of horror to it as well. Absolutely. That's one of the elements of the Tomb Raider series that is really cool if you're a fan of horror. It's been there since even the original in 1996. It makes the 2018 movie ignoring all the supernatural stuff that's in the game to be very, very, unfortunate, because they gut out a whole lot of stuff. Because the whole point of Lara's journey in regards to her belief in the supernatural is that she didn't believe in that kind of stuff. But now she's seen with her own eyes that that kind of thing actually exists. It pushes her to go and look for other things that were just considered myths to see if there's actually some truth to it, Whereas in the movie version, getting rid of that means that that is a big loss in the cohesion for the narrative. Look, darling, it's not a glitch. Ezio found the Isu parachute. That's a good point. Plus, also, if I go into first-person view mode, I can get a look inside Ezio's head. Reasons, dang, I forgot you're like 50 years ahead. But your Sunday is good so far. Just imagine if there was like a time difference of that much. Be like, what the hell? Glad to hear that it's going good so far, Reasons. I hope you end up having a really good Sunday. Cody looks like Doctor Doom. That's true, yeah. I never actually thought about that till you mentioned it. That's true. Reasons, that would be insane. Makes me think in stories like the movie Aliens, where Ellen Ripley doesn't get rescued and wake up for 57 years after the events of the first Alien movie. Think about any time you might have had a really, really bizarre and surreal dream, and when you woke up you still felt like you were still dreaming. But imagine that you haven't just slept for a few hours, you've actually slept for years and years, like 5 decades worth. Now, bro, yeah, you think if anyone wants to make a movie adaptation, it should be a TV series so you don't completely gut the story. Exactly. Yeah. That's the best way to do it when there's a lot of stuff from the game to convey. It's good to do it as a series, because then you can make sure that certain aspects are told and not rushed, Does you imagine Ezio's arms right now? Yeah, that'd be quite the workout to just be suspended from nothing and holding on to the parachute reins. Yeah, Reasons. 57 years. Yeah. And like Alien Isolation being set 15 years after the events of the first Alien movie. That in and of itself is a long time. Thank you, Ogorki, for redeeming a leap of fail. Thank you. No, bro, because that Tomb Raider movie had potential. It did, yeah. I think if you were to ignore it as an adaptation of a specific video game in the franchise, the elements that are there that are about the action sequences, the athleticism, like the intensity of a lot of the sequences and stuff, like that was done really well. But yeah, they just completely gutted the story. And also, one of the other things that they did was they changed it so that Himiko wasn't a supernatural being, like she didn't have supernatural powers. It was all just, there was nothing related to storms or anything. And they relegated her existence to just being the vessel for a plague or a disease. It's like, yeah, that's great. So yeah, Himiko in the movie has 0 supernatural powers, whereas in the game she has. Then you got the whole ensemble of characters being cut out too. There's no Roth, there's no Jonah, there's no Reyes, there's no Alex, there's no Sam. There's no Whitman, you know. Okay, Ogorki, so for the leap of fail, just trying to think where to do it from. Actually, I think I might know what I can do is in the Machine Gun Leonardo War Machine mission. There might be a viewpoint I can do a leap of fail from. There we go, Ogorki. Thank you very much for redeeming the leap of fail. It's funny how he sort of like levitated there for a bit and then he started to fall. Reasons I, as long as you were the same age and nothing was sped up, that would be lit. Yeah, that's the thing too, like the aging process. For Ripley in that movie, the way that the aging process was slowed down, be interesting to see or to know the rate at which it was slowed down. Was that dude just floating in midair? What the hell? How did you not peep that? Yeah, it's this glitch that I discovered while trying to cheese accessing a tomb entrance using a parachute trick. And I managed to get the game to get confused, I think, between whether or not Ezio had to drop to the beam that was below him or fall to the beam that was in front. So I think it was sort of getting confused, so it decided to just leave Ezio hanging there. Now, bro, kind of gave you the vibe of the first Mummy movie. Oh yeah, that's a great movie, that one too, as well. So many great moments in that. Do you swear? Every damn day. That's not what I meant. I know what you meant. I am proud of what I am. And that is, I am a librarian. There's just so many funny moments. Evie's a great character too. When she makes all the giant bookcases fall over like a domino effect thing. And then she looks around as it happens, and then she looks in disbelief and then takes her glasses off and she's like, oops. There we go. Reasons. I got the glitch to happen again. That's okay, Ogorki. There's no trouble at all. Yeah, Fro. That's a funny emote, that one. Reasons that's funny, lol. Yeah. Yeah, nah, bro, that bit with Benny as well. Think of my children. You don't have any children. Someday I might. Hey, O'Connell, looks to me like we got all the horses. Hey, Benny, looks to me like you're on the wrong side of the river. I had a friend. I was with him yesterday, but we got separated. Have you seen him?
Marshal, you have no friends.
Thank you for redeeming those, Dr. Darling. What's that from? And was the friend Gavin, by any chance? Yeah, me too. This was completely unexpected. I was just trying to get Ezio to float between these two beams and bypass the second beam to then float to the entrance there where that treasure chest is located, and then discovered this glitch. I mean, I'm sure I'm not the first person to come across it, but I mean, I didn't know it was a thing. Dr. Darling, Shudder, Cody, you're glad they're making the Mummy 4 with the original cast? Yeah, that was a big surprise, actually. I wonder what the story is going to be. Especially, too, if Imhotep is coming back. So it was Shutter Island, Dr. Darling. I saw that movie once. It was actually really good. And me to doing those expressions while Ezio's hanging there. Oh, the impressions, yeah. Yeah. Ezio floats like a butterfly with his parachute. He stings like a bee with his hidden blade. Now, bro, always bummed that Alex dies in Tomb Raider. Yeah. It's one of those things, too, where... I mean, it's partly his fault, because he's the one that put himself into that predicament. And the reason he did that is because he wanted to impress Lara, which, you know, it's sort of like a major flaw to want to impress someone by putting your life in danger in a very extreme, dangerous situation and trying to prove that you are somehow heroic or something. But still, he didn't deserve to die, you know. Cody, plus Benny got buried with the scarabs. That's true. Yeah, Benny got buried with the scarabs. Oh yeah, in GTA 4, you have Yusuf. The actor who plays him was actually in The Mummy as the warden. I can't remember the guy's name though. No, but also fuck Whitman. Yeah, what a piece of shit he was. That was very satisfying how he gets killed in that game though. This has turned into just a chill stream. Chill out with Ezio as he hovers with his parachute. and you can't activate the parachute when Ezio is just falling straight down either, unfortunately. Because how long before the Arnie and Bane impressions are active again, Rod? It'll actually be a while, Vegas, and I'm actually going to be ending the stream in a few minutes, so the cooldown is about an hour on them, and they were just redeemed about 4 minutes ago. Nabro also don't like Reyes. That's a tough one too, because she's definitely justified in being angry at what's going on, and also she's suffering from the loss of Roth as well, because he's the father of her daughter, and the backstory with her and being part of the police force and all that gives an insight into the fact that she's been through some shit, and it's understandable that she feels that Lara is not going to be able to handle anything if shit goes wrong. Obviously she gets proved wrong, and Lara is definitely capable, but you've got all that going on as well, and I can understand her frustration, but there's also a bit of unfairness as well that she directs towards Lara, because Lara didn't know that the island was going to be inhabited by a group of crazy people, you know, so it's very complex. It's understandable too why we don't see Reyes in the other games, because she most likely would have wanted to distance herself as much as possible from those events, and also Lara and anyone else who survived. Vegas, okay, no worries. You have a good one for your next stream. Oh, nice, Vegas. That'll be cool. Yeah, sorry about the timing and all that, though. But yeah, this is where I'm going to call it a stream. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching. I really appreciate that a lot. The next stream that you'll see from me will be Deus Ex Human Revolution, to continue my Jensen's Punch-Out playthrough. When I finish that game, I'll also be doing the sequel to that, which is Mankind Divided. So if you see me streaming Human Revolution or Deus Ex Mankind Divided, then that's my Monday to Thursday game. Then on Friday, I'll be getting back to Hellblade, doing a playthrough focusing on the lore, but also the voices that Senua hears, and also the voices of other characters. So doing a really deep dive focus on that game. And then next weekend, we'll get back to Assassin's Creed Brotherhood to continue the music tribute playthrough. Before I end the stream, I'd like to give some shout-outs to some other streamers I'd like to recommend. Now, bro, you hated that Grim died too. Oh yeah, yeah, he was really cool as well. Those moments where you see him on the ship as well. Oh, nice, Vegas. I'm glad that you enjoyed. Thank you very, very much. See you sooner for sure. Hope that everyone has a great rest of their day, and enjoy your weekend as well. Oh yes, Annie, that's no trouble at all for the stream. Thank you, Reasons. I definitely will. I hope you do too. Hope you have a great Sunday. Would like to highly recommend people check out AC, who's doing GTA 5, mainly the online for GTA. In Mita, who's doing Deus Ex Human Revolution. He's doing the director's cut version, which was the 2013 release, and it also includes the DLC, The Missing Link. So he's doing that. Crocodiles, who's doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed 3. It's part of a historical order run. He's looked at all these different games, including the Assassin's Creed series, but also other franchises, and he's looked at what year they take place in, and so he's organized a playthrough of a series of games based on their year that they take place in. Lucinda is going to be doing Fallout New Vegas. Permagamer has been doing Apex Legends. Shillerlock is doing a first playthrough of Ghost of Tsushima. Shaky has been doing a variety of different things, also Far Cry games as well. Shin has been doing Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Vegas Glaive, Dead by Daylight, and Zamaxi is doing a playthrough of Watch Dogs 2. Definitely recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. And in Mita, no trouble at all for the stream and the shout out as well, dude. I definitely will have a great one. Hope you do too. And Vegas, same to you as well. No problem at all for the shout out. More than happy to give you one as well. Cody, late to the show, but epic stream as always, Rod. Thank you so much for joining, Cody, as well. And that's understandable too, for sure. And then time zone differences and stuff. But I'm glad that you enjoyed. And Senny, no worries for the shout out, Crooked. No problem at all. Speaking of Schiller, he's actually streaming right now. He's playing Ghost of Tsushima. He's in Act 3 of the story. So just a heads up, I don't know if he's doing story content at the moment, but he's in the final act of the game's story. So if you haven't played that game before, he's definitely in a lot of major spoiler territory. So we'll go and see how he's doing with that game. Here's a general raid message that everyone can feel free to copy and paste. And I'll also put one in chat for subscribers as well. I hope that everyone has a great weekend. Thank you very much for watching. The next stream is Deus Ex Human Revolution. Finishing that, maybe also starting Mankind Divided. Next Saturday, we'll be back to Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Catch you next time, and have a good one. See you, Spectrum. I hope you have a great day today. Cheers, Vegas. You take care as well. Thank you very, very much.